should not be should not be confused with the more aggressive Utes, both descended from the Shoshone tribe, with the Ute tribe residing mostly in Colorado now. The numbers of Native people in Utah as a whole have changed drastically over the years. When the Mormon settlers arrived in the mid-19th century, the estimated number was 20,000. But when the 1960 census happened, only 7,000 were found. It was back up to 12,000 10 years later and 19,000 in 1980. The most recent census had their numbers at 41,000. So that's picking up. We honor America's first people and their ancestors. We're called upon to learn and share what we know about their tribal history, culture, and contributions. It's through authentic relationships and informed action that we can move toward more equitable relationships and reconciliation.
Thank you, Karen. And now I'd like to invite Beth McConkle. Did I say it right? McCorkle. Invite Beth McCorkle. I'm going to say it several times so I get it right, up to lead us in our opening devotional.
Good morning, everybody. Beth McCorkle. So before I start with the devotion, I just want to say, after I'm done here, I'm going to have a microphone. So just remember that we do have people on the screen. So if you're talking out in the audience, raise your hand and I'm going to bring a microphone over to you so that they can hear you, okay? After I'm done here. All right, so let's go to the devotion. So this is from Proverbs31.org, and this was from June 28th, 2020. And it's called The Loving Little Children Like Jesus Did. So heading down the meat aisle of my local grocery store one Sunday afternoon, I paused as my eyes caught the antics of a small child crouched on the lower deck of a shopping cart. I smiled and said, "Hi, are you having a great time?" The father turned from the meat counter and made a disparaging comment about his active son. "Oh, he's just a small boy having fun," I shrugged. "What, is he 2? "He's 4, the father said dryly. My face flushed with shame, not so much from the father as for myself. His words were an echo of my own voice years in past, in moments of exhaustion and stress. I sometimes acted like my children were a hindrance to my happiness and inconvenience rather than a joy. It also reminded me of times when wiser friends came beside me and said approving words that put a smile on my children's face and renewed my resolve to be a better parent. That was the past, and this is the present. I smiled again at the boy and wished them both a good day and moved on. Yet my heart was troubled. There was something more a stranger, could have done or said to affirm that the little boy in the name of Jesus. Just that morning, I had taught a group of children the account of Jesus, taking the time for children. I told them that children were important to God, even when they didn't seem important to anyone else. Jesus told his disciples, "Let the little children come to me and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to these." This is from Matthew 19:14. Now it seems God was calling me to learn from the lesson I had taught and look more closely at how Jesus treated children so I could do the same. Seeing and hearing adults follow Jesus' example is crucial to children's acceptance of God's love. Words can leave scars and score children's self-worth and restrict their acceptance of their healing touch of Jesus' salvation. Affirming words can build bridges to a deeper understanding of God's love and regard for each child. We can start with our own children if we're parents, but it doesn't have to stop there. Taking time to interact with children around us, whether in family gatherings, in classrooms, on soccer fields, or behind the cart in a store checkout line. Add ones to the confirmations in the memories that we are important and cherished. And if we hear a child devalued, we can accept as if God's invitation is asking us to step forward and treat them as Jesus would, praying God will help us respond with wisdom. When we stop to pay attention to another kid, kneel at their level, and give up our adult conversations so that we can listen to them and watch their latest escapade, we relinquish our superior position and make ourselves equal to them. As Jesus said, therefore, whoever takes the lowly position of this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. That's from Matthew 18:4. Children were lower on the social ladder in Jewish society than they are in our current culture, yet Jesus called his disciples to take on the lowly position of the child. We may never know the hurtful words a child has already heard, but our attention and our simple, positive acknowledgement may provide a beam of hope that will ultimately lead them to the light of Christ's love. So let us pray. Dear Father, prick my spirit when I subtly demean the child I encounter in life. Point out to me the kids I can influence with your kindness and mercy. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Beth. So today is all about the kids. I am so impressed with all of the programs that we are going to hear from today, programs that the Shepherd of the Hills unit is involved in and supporting here in the St. George area. We have a wide variety of speakers that are going to be with us, and our first ones are from the St. George unit. Karen Cole and Jean Elmer are going to talk to us about two projects, the Backpacks for Kids and the Dress a Girl Around the World programs.
I promise that it's not going to be me up here all the time, all day, okay? Just starts out that way. And I thought of something I wanted to tell everybody. Many of the children that performed last night came up to me to thank me. I had met them before, but they came up to thank me for the opportunity to perform, because they go to their class thing and they just don't get to perform much. So it was really, I had a good time with them. Okay, as Laura was saying, that we have a theme of children, because I felt like this church and this community do a lot to support children. And instead of the one keynote speaker, we have 4 speakers from outside plus us 2. So you'll get to hear about some of the things that are done. And I felt like this was a good thing to do for people that came from out of town, because you may not have invited those kinds of organizations to talk at your meetings or things like that, and this might inspire you to do that, or even to start one of the national organizations that are going to be here and start that in your town. I just can't say enough about those things. I also wanted to say that our congregation, like many others, participates enthusiastically during the holidays. We have the angel tree up here, and that's for kids who have a parent in prison. I think a lot of you probably do that. And we do the Operation Christmas Child, the shoebox ministry. And I really love that. I love going to the Dollar Tree and buying all these little things. So I shop for other people sometimes even, so. But that's a fun thing to do. And it gets the organization's shoes in the door, whatever you say, to be able to talk to the kids and their families about Christ. It's a really good organization. Okay, well, in a little while, I'll come back up and talk about the Dress a Girl Around the World. But first, we have Jean Elmer from our unit is going to talk about the Backpacks for Kids.
Good morning, ladies. I am scared to death. This is not my bag, but Karen somehow convinced me that this is something I should do. In fact, she mentioned it at a ladies' meeting in May, that she was going to get me to do this, and then so kindly took off for 5 months and left me here on my own to figure out what to do. So if I fall over, there is a defibrillator back in the hall there, and so that's all I can tell you. Again, my name is Jean Elmer, and I'm a member here at Shepherd of the Hills, and I'm also a board member of a charity very close to my heart called Backpacks for Kids. Our Backpacks for Kids organization began in 2002 as a mission project here at Shepherd of the Hills, along with the Red Rock Rotary and a group called the New Life Christian Center. They joined together to provide 30 backpacks filled with school supplies for homeless and low-income students at a local elementary school. It did so well that in 2004, Backpacks for Kids became an official 501c3 nonprofit organization chartered here in Utah. When Backpacks first got started, they collected supplies here, and they assembled them over in the worship center. So if you've been over in the worship center, you'll see that or you'll see when you get over there, it's not very big, and that didn't last very long because the groups built so fast that they moved across into the music center, and we were there for a couple years, and then we moved in here. And this is a real job to do because all the chairs and everything have to be moved out, tables put in, and you have to do it like you do it on the weekend, so everything has to be put back for Sunday morning. So but we finally outgrew all that, and we moved to the Elks Lodge, and they let us use their big room that they have meals in and stuff. And that worked for us for about 7 years. And then we outgrew that, and we had to move to the gymnasium at a steakhouse at an LDS church just down the street here. Starting out with 30 backpacks in 2002, this year we filled, I am very emotional about this charity. We filled 920 backpacks. We partner with the Washington School District to provide school supplies and backpacks for every needy student here in Washington County between high school and preschool. This is approximately 45 schools. The director of the school checks with the teachers to see what supplies are needed by students, and then we check with counselors to find out how many backpacks they will need. And that helps us figure out how many pencils, glue sticks, notebooks, colored pencils that we need to purchase. And believe you me when I tell you, spreadsheets were a wonderful invention. They help us so much. We shop where we can find the best value, whether it's online or at the big box store. We get donated backpacks like those. Some come from Costco, just different places give us, the church here is wonderful to give us backpacks. And just a couple years ago, the Ironman race was done here in Utah, or here in St. George, and they are so kind, they gave us 400 Ironman backpacks. So when we get a stack of backpacks like that, we are just delighted. But we figured that our backpacks cost anywhere from $40 to $60 to fill. So $40 to $60 times 920 is a lot of money. Here today I have a sample backpack, and mine is, it's a middle school backpack that I have today. But however, I usually work with elementary students. You can see my backpack stacked up. This is how we organize them, big long lines, so that, and in the different groups, we have elementary, middle school, intermediate school, high school, and preschool. So each of them are all lined up like that. The backpacks are stacked. And so my sample backpack, I say, is an middle school backpack. I usually work elementary because there are so many of them. This year we did 305 elementary backpacks. So I can tell you, in an elementary backpack, There are 4 number 2 pencils, 2 folders, 10 markers, 24 crayons, 12 pencils, 2 spiral notebooks, 2 theme notebooks, scissors, glue sticks, a bottle of Elmer's glue, a highlighter, a ruler, pencil, and a pencil sharpener, and an eraser. So those all get stuffed and they line up. Those are the what backpack's done, but they line up on a long line. People come in, they grab their backpack, and they walk down the line to fill their backpacks. On the day that we do our prep work, usually is on a Thursday, we have about 40 volunteers. And those wonderful people open backpacks, remove tags, take out paper, take out the little silicone packet, because some little kids think that's something you can eat, while other folks line up count the supplies. We count our supplies 3 times so that we have enough at our table for what we need. So that would mean the elementary people got to count 1,212 pencils 3 times. But after we finally get everything counted and arranged, we're usually done by about 12 o'clock or so, and we head home for the next day. And the next day is our stuffing day. And we start at 9 in the morning, and the stuffing, we begin, and after the volunteers are all there, we pause to give ourselves a round of applause, because we really think we're terrific folks. And we give a blessing to all the backpacks for the children who will receive them. And then we also thank our wonderful volunteers. And then we start. The people line up, they grab a backpack, walk down the line. People are stuffing that backpack, they zip them up and take them down, and they just go in a big round circle until all backpacks are full. And so we were blessed to have about 125 volunteers to help us do that, which is really something, because they stuffed those backpacks, 920 backpacks. We started a little after 9, and by 9:20 or 10:20, those backpacks were all stuffed, counted, and ready, and the people were there ready to pick them up to deliver them to the schools that they were going to, so that they would have them there for the first day of school. This organization requires so many volunteers and generous people and willing hands to serve our community. We are so grateful for Shepherd of the Hills. They are just always there for us whenever, if we ask for money or ask for backpacks or ask for just anything, they're there for us. Also, the St. George Sunrise Rotary is a great provider for us, and of course the Dixie Elks, who let us use their facility for our fundraiser, which we usually have in June. This year we had a nice dinner, and we also had, we make up baskets, and we let people, people give us stuff to put in these baskets, and then we let them put in chances to get these baskets when they buy these baskets back. So we think that that's really nice and generous. They not only give us the stuff, they buy it back, which works out really well for us. But we have, just lots and lots of generous supporters. I am a firm believer, if you don't ask for money, how are they going to know that you need it? So my doctor's offices are all a little cross-eyed when I come in. They go, oh, here she comes again. She's bringing the letter to say about her backpacks for kids. But I have to say, they're usually pretty good and send some money. So, but we raise money however we can. Asking for money is something that I have to say we're very shy about. But sometimes we'll get a big donor, which helps us so much, because it cost about, I think, $12,000 this year to buy all the stuff to put in the backpack. So it can get really expensive, but it's well worth it. Because I want you to know, and I know you maybe do too, but when you were a kid, and you went to school for the first few grades of school, and you got a new box of crayons, didn't you just love a new box of crayons? I loved a new box of crayons. I didn't so much love going to school, but I loved the box of crayons. And so you just don't know the joy it gives me to see 305 boxes of crayons, 24 crayons. Everybody's getting crayons. And to see how much, to know that somebody's going to get those crayons and enjoy those crayons and use those crayons for the rest of, for the whole school year. And so I have to tell you, ladies, that my cup does run over when I see all those crayons and all the wonderful things that those backpacks help those kids do. We get some terrific letters from little kids. One kid told us, thanked us so much for giving him a backpack because he had a backpack, but it was really, really old. And when he opened it in class, the zipper was really loud, and everybody, laughed and made fun of him because his backpack was so old and beat up. And so he sent us a letter and thanked us so much for the quiet backpack, so nobody knows he opens his backpack anymore. But it is a wonderful organization. It is, founded here at Shepherd of the Hills, which makes us all very proud. And I thank you for listening to me ramble on.
So here I am again. By the way, I have been able, usually we're gone in the summer, but I've been able to do the backpacks, packing and stuff, 3 times, I guess. Once when it was in here, and that was pretty impressive to have our church transformed like that. It was pretty neat. But anyway, it's a rewarding thing to do. It's such a great organization. But now I'm going to talk about another great organization called Dress a Girl Around the World. It started about 15 years ago as a project of hope for women, if you know that organization. Our unit got involved in 2012 when one of our members, who was about to celebrate her 101st birthday, sent me a video that was called The Dress That Opened Doors. It told the story about a school in a Muslim country in Africa where Christian missionaries had been trying to get permission to talk to the children in that school for a long time. They had no success at all until Dress a Girl Around the World arrived with new dresses for each one of the girls at the school. The missionaries were given the opportunity to deliver the dresses. That was all it took to create a good relationship between the school officials and the missionaries. So that was good from then on. That's why they call it the dress that opened doors. Well, I was quite impressed. I told our unit about the video, and I proposed that we adopt dressmaking as a project. And we only had a handful of seamstresses. We even have fewer now. But the group agreed to pay the shipping costs, and we also usually pay for the trims that I need to get for it, to send our dresses to the organization headquarters and to make them, all that kind of stuff. Our goal that summer, this was in May, and our goal was to make 50 dresses during the summer while I was out RVing. And I was making dresses because I carry a sewing machine in my RV, a little one. And my enthusiasm must have been catching as we traveled, because I would see old friends and they'd say, hey, I've got some fabric I can give you for this. Or they would say, I will sew some dresses and send them to you by the end of the summer. It was really, really wonderful. When I returned in September, I gathered up 141 dresses. So it was a little better than 50. So I think it was my friend Louise here that suggested we contact the local newspaper to brag about our accomplishment. And before we knew it, we had become the weekly feature article on the religion page. And after it was published, I received calls from women all over town wanting to donate their fabric stashes. You know, people have stash, they buy fabric, they have no idea what they're going to do with it. So they wanted to donate their fabric stashes to us. I met people in grocery store parking lots and all sorts of things to get this fabric. I haven't had to buy any fabric since. People still will, not people from that article, but people at church and things will donate fabric every now and then. So we also had got some additional seamstresses for a little while during that, from that newspaper article. The one LDS ward made quite a few dresses and just gave them to me to send off, as they made them as part of their humanitarian efforts. And more recently, the Daughters of the American Revolution made a number of dresses to help us out. And I have a side note about that I think is cute. One woman has a 12-year-old daughter that she's homeschooling, and that 12-year-old, she started learning how to sew. She liked it so much, she took her own money and bought her own machine. So I just thought, if nothing else, that was a good outcome from the whole thing. And a friend from my Bible study group, which is not here in our church, it's an ecumenical group. She's been sewing dresses almost since we started the project. And a year ago, she moved into an assisted living facility, and she immediately organized the sewing club there to make dresses. And they are just about to have 100 dresses to give me. They wanted to wait to get 100 so they could have a photo op and, get in their scrapbook or whatever at the place. So that's great. After our Dress-A-Girl ambassador from Las Vegas came up and spoke at one of our meetings, one of our members told her neighbor about the Dress-A-Girl organization, and that neighbor started organized sewing parties at her church, and she and I sometimes share fabric and things. They like to make t-shirt dresses, and one time she had an opportunity to send some of their dresses on another church's mission trip, and the people that where they were going asked if we could have some shorts for boys. So a couple of us made shorts for those boys, which I think were well appreciated. Dress-A-Girl around the world has given over 3 million dresses away since they were founded. And our unit is over the 1,800 mark now. If we count the dresses we took on a mission trip ourselves and ones we put in shoe boxes, we're doing that, putting them in the shoe boxes now. And my husband and I got the privilege of distributing over 100 dresses at a Navajo school in Arizona after one of the art teacher there, who was the daughter of someone that went to our church here, she was visiting here and saw her mother making dresses, and that started that. So it just rebounds. It's just a neat thing. And at first, all of the dresses we had were the pillowcase dress style. That's all they made. But the organization got really tired of finding dresses that were made out of thin, stained, used pillowcases. We didn't do that, of course, but they got those from some people. So they decided they couldn't call them pillowcase dresses anymore because they gave the wrong thing. So they started emphasizing, they said we could start using other patterns, and they started emphasizing the need to use sturdy cotton, new fabric. And we now make 3 different styles. I'll show you. I brought in one of each to show. This one is what I was calling the pillowcase dress. It's just got the little straps, and we dress it up with the pocket things. This one has lace on it and everything. So just kind of, it's whatever somebody that wants to do to make it, to dress it up like that, although there are rules, of course. Then we have a little, for the youngest girls, up to 4, I'd say, we sometimes make just this simple little pattern, really easy. I just adapted it from a simplicity pattern or whatever that had little sleeves, and I said, well, I don't want little sleeves, so I started using the binding that we have for that. So those are cute too, the little ones. And then now we've started making peasant dresses, which are my favorites now. This is one. I have another one just because I just think this fabric is so cute. So we make those, and these have the sleeves, little sleeves, which is kind of important in a lot of countries. It's considered immodest, to have your shoulders showing, I guess, and be uncovered. So that's, sometimes we learned that some of the kids are having to wear t-shirts under their little sundresses or pillowcase dresses. So I kind of like this style the best, the peasant dress ones. Well, ever since we started receiving all this donated fabric, people haven't had to pay for anything. I've been making up dress kits That's my main job. I cut either a pattern or the right amount of fabric for the sundresses, and I roll up the elastic or the other trims and anything they need and the instructions, and I roll that all up, put a rubber band around it, and stick it in a box in Fellowship Hall, and people can just pick them up and make dresses. We have a special savings account now even for that elastic and bias tape and the shipping costs, because we had a little windfall, we got involved. One aspect of this project that I really didn't anticipate at first is what was I going to do with all the donated fabric that can't be used for dresses? It's not appropriate for it. And when people tell me they want to give me their stash, they give me their stash, their whole thing. I usually get thread. I mean, I've got so much thread you wouldn't believe. So I try to use the fabric somehow, and I do donate some just to a thrift store. But, and I think I told you last night, I used little pieces that were left to make the little welcome bags for you today and yesterday. We made school bags for UMCOR, which is the United Methodist Committee on Relief for the people here that are not part of the Methodist Church. We made tote bags for the Dove Center. They asked for those ones, and that's our local women's shelter. And several years ago, the Dove Center asked us to make pajama bottoms so that women who end up in the emergency room after a sexual assault will have something to wear out of there if the police take their clothes. So there's that. I said, just the bottom, I went through the thing, but I finally found out what it was about. Well, we have a woman in our church that really likes making the pajama bottoms. So that's going on too I have fabric that I can't use for the dresses, or I just share with her, whatever. So that's a good thing. When we have our breakout session this afternoon, you'll have a choice between watching a video in here or coming over and helping cut out pattern pieces for dresses for me. And I made it really easy. You don't have to have a pattern there. I spent a lot of time this summer tracing patterns onto the wrong side of fabric. So really, you'll just have to come along and cut, okay? So if you brought your scissors, that's great, or I have a few pairs with me. I think it'll be fun for you, so don't shy away just because you don't sew or anything. I think just it'll be fun. So, and it'll help me a lot when I make my next batch of kits, right? So thank you. I think that's all, and I'm afraid we're 15 minutes early, so Laura's going to figure out what we're going to do.
So Beth, you've got the microphone? I do. Okay, so I want you all to tell me what are some themes that you heard during these two presentations, and Beth's going to come around with the microphone so that the folks on Zoom can hear you as well. What are some common themes?
First, that it started small and then it expanded.
Right. So starting small and it expands. Right. That's a good theme. What's another theme that you heard?
I think the community collaboration, the way that the program has grown and so many people becoming involved from all churches, all walks of life.
Right. This idea that you don't necessarily, you might have the seed idea, but you don't have to do it by yourself. Your church can join another church. It can join the Rotary Club. Get it in the newspaper. Yeah.
That there were listening ears to hear the needs.
Listening ears to hear the need. Right. Other things that you notice, themes here this morning.
I go to this church. I thought I knew about all the aspects of that program. I've helped on the backpacks. I didn't know about pajama bottoms, things that are needed for women in crisis. It's very impressive.
It also shows that we need to share. We need to be out there so people know about these wonderful things. The other thing I heard was people don't know you need fabric, funds, pencils, backpacks, unless you ask. So, yeah, that was the one that I had picked up on is, they don't know that you need it unless you tell them. What else? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, our keynote speaker is going to be, or actually our annual meeting is going to start at 9:30, so we've got 15 minutes. The coffee pot was just getting done as we were gathering, so let's take a 15-minute break. If you'll make sure you're back in here and seated at 9:30. Check out the cards and the Committee on Native American Missions, and coffee is over in Fellowship Hall out this door if you'd like to get a cup of coffee, and we'll resume at 9:30. That'll get their attention, Jim. So how are the ladies on Zoom doing? Can everybody hear well? Any questions or anything? I don't want to forget about our ladies that are Zooming in. So if you have anything, wave your hand. Robin's giving me a thumbs up. Okay, very good. All right, ladies out in the narthex, come on in. So I'm going to call to order our annual meeting. We're going to get the business out of the way, and then the rest of the day, it's going to be just hearing about wonderful programs and things like that. But we do have a little bit of business that we need to get done. So I would like to start by recognizing our leadership team for this past year. I've had the pleasure of working with some really dedicated, talented women. As I call out your name, if you'll stand up and give us a wave if you're here. A few of our women are on the Zoom call. Amy Gibbs has been our secretary. Yay. Anna Ball has been our treasurer, and she is in Pagosa Springs today. Sue Yeager is our program resources coordinator. Robin Isles is our coordinator for Mission and Justice. Carol Phelps is the head of our nominating committee. There's Carol. And her other committee members are Glenna Kiker, who's probably still out in the narthex. There, she's coming. And Beth. Robin Ball is our conference president. Yes. Teresa Rivera is the head of our conference nominations team. Ellie Young is joining us by Zoom, and she's a member of the nominations team. And Connie Pittenger is on Zoom as well, and she is our conference treasurer. So things don't happen without these wonderful women who are willing to dedicate their time. Oh, and Elisa Stanley is our communications coordinator. So she sends out the newsletter that you get. All right. So we're very grateful for all of them, all of their talents, and the time that they give us. I'm going to go ahead and do a general thank you to all of our speakers today, the ones we've had and the ones we're going to have this afternoon. They're kind of going to be coming and going, so they're not all going to be here at the same time. But I want to thank all of them for taking their time to prepare these presentations for us and then to come and present to us. So we are going to start our annual meeting by doing a roll call of the units that are present. Amy.
Okay, so thank you. This is the first time I've done the roll call, so forgive me if I make a mistake. I'm sure a number of you know how to do this, so you'll just correct me as I go. Okay, I'm going to call by the church or unit as I have it on the registration form, okay? Starting with Shepherd of the Hills, since you are our host. Raise your hands. 9, 10, 11? I get 11? Okay. I'm not sure what CUMC in Pagosa Springs. What's the C? Community. Thank you. Community United Methodist Church in Pagosa. How many? 1, 2, 3. 4? Do I get 4? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. First United Methodist Church, Grand Junction. 1, 2, 3. And we have on, and Ruth. So that's 5 altogether. Okay. Montrose United Methodist Church. 1 and Connie. So 2. Okay. 2 online. 2 from Montrose. Oh, and, okay. So that's 3 altogether. All right. Crossroads United Methodist from Grand Junction. We have Robin Isles in the back. Is there anybody else on Zoom from Crossroads? Oh, you're right. She's from First Church. She's right there. Did you raise your hand for when I called Glenna? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, she's not sitting in the right pew. Okay. I'm sorry. 1 from Crossroads. Okay. United Methodist Church Delta. Do we have anybody from Delta? Delta. And two online, Elisa and Tracy. Okay, so 3 altogether. Glenwood Springs, I don't know if we have anybody here, but we do have maybe somebody on. Elizabeth, is she online? She has not come onto the Zoom, so we have her. Okay, and Durango. Yes. Yes. No? Is Evelyn? Okay. Okay, yeah, she's the one. Okay. Hilltop, Teresa. Okay, then I have some others who have been registered who are guests, I assume, or unless you are connected to one of our units. I have Lynn Shelley. Are you, you're from Red Mesa Fellowship? Lovely, thank you. And I have one other, Cynthia Gee. Is that how you say your last name? G, okay. 2 possible ways of saying it, I picked the wrong one. Okay, thank you. So I think that's all of the churches that are represented. Thank you. Oh, did I miss anybody?
Right. Did we miss anyone? Ah. St. George. Okay, just got an extra. All right, thank you. All right, so don't go too far, Amy. She thought she was done. The next thing we're going to do is Amy is going to present the minutes from last year's meeting from 2023. And then you can do standing rules.
Okay, in your program book, you should have the minutes from the 2023 annual meeting. If you have not already looked at it, if you give it a quick peruse and see if there is anything that you notice that you would like to correct or change. I'll give you a minute or 2 to look at that. I'm waiting to see it, my balls. If you are finished looking at the minutes, then I will ask for, I'm sorry, Teresa? And I second. Thank you. We have Teresa as a motion. And Carol as a second. All those, do we need a vote? Yeah, okay. All those in favor of approval, raise your hands. Opposed? Okay, the motion has passed. The minutes are approved. Okay, and we're going to go right into the proposed standing rules, and I'm not going to actually ask you to read the whole thing because it's a big document and it's tiny typeface. So if you will just look at in your program book, it should be printed. I noticed that it was, thank you, Karen, printed in color. So there are some highlighted sections that have had some big changes. You physically did it by hand. Bless your heart. Thank you. That was lovely. On, it should be page 2. It is actually Article B, section. Say that again. Oh, I'm sorry. 14, page 14. It's not. Thank you. Article B, section 5B3, if you follow me, should be highlighted in yellow. There is a change in the way that, I don't know, what would you say? Special mission recognition pins and other recognitions for outgoing officers of the district. Okay? Do you want me to read it all through? No. Okay. If you'll notice that it's bolded where it has been changed or added to, and it is, there is a strike through for the text that is being removed. Okay, if you look at that real quick and see if there's anything you can see. If you have any questions. Okay. There's a small change on the next page. We're changing the next steps, the training, the leadership training has become, went from next steps to leadership training day. That name change was simply done that way. Okay, and on the last part of the, I don't know what that would be, what, thank you. Article H, equipment, property and records. This is the way all of the equipment and records are being handled in perpetuity. So you can see that item 2, all the responsibilities have changed because some of the equipment has changed. Some of it was outdated and not being used anymore. So there are some things that have changed a little bit and wording has been changed. So again, where it's highlighted, the bolded text is the new text. The strike through is the old that has been removed. Okay, take a look. This is mostly about Utah Western Colorado District officers' responsibilities. At the very bottom, we changed, actually there were a number of places that we had to be changed to United Women in Faith because it had not yet been updated from UMW. So that is one of the ones that was the main ones. And then some of the people have been changed, names have been changed at the bottom. The committee. To protect the innocent. I don't know.
So are there any questions about the change?
Yeah, are there any questions or concerns or additions or corrections? Okay, there being none, we'll ask for a motion to, go ahead.
So move that they be approved.
Okay, Carol. Oh, Karen. Move. Karen, second. Since it came from committee, we do not need the vote. Is that correct? We still vote. Okay.
All those in favor? Raise your hand or say aye. Okay. Any opposed?
Any opposed?
All right. Thank you very
Okay.
Yes, those last changes were made just to clarify who's responsible for keeping which records.
Laura, excuse me, please.
She was just saying that the last part was just who's responsible for keeping records and storing them in perpetuity, because we need to do that. We're required to. Okay. Is that yours? Yep, that's yours.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who worked on that. It's always, it seems like you think this is going to be really simple. We'll just have one little half-hour meeting and move on, and then there's always questions and nuancing and things that go on. So really appreciate those that worked on making those changes. So our next section is going to be talking about our finances. Anna Ball was not able to join us today, so Robin Ball is going to be speaking on her behalf.
So I'm not as cute or pretty as she is, so, sorry, ladies. So you should you've read the 2023 annual report. It's also posted at the back for any of you who'd like the detail. Otherwise, I'll kind of give you a general picture. Last year, the district gave $50,052.85 to mission giving. That's the undesignated giving. So congratulations, that was well over your budget, and everybody appreciated that. There was also $2,950 given to designated giving. The majority of that going to either UMCOR or Crossroads Urban Center, with also McCurdy, Redbird, and the Navajo United Methodist Center in Farmington, New Mexico. So lots of detail for anybody who likes looking at it. Does anybody have questions about 2023? So I have some updated numbers for 2024 to just kind of let us see where we're at. To date, we have given $9,728 and a penny to undesignated giving, and $900 to designated giving, being Crossroads and McCurdy. Trying to reach out for $40,000 for our mission giving, so we're at 25%. So everybody needs to try to promote some fundraising and some extra giving for the end of this year, if we can. Then you have the 2025 budget before you. The Finance Committee brings this for your approval. The pledge being proposed at $40,000. You will see the other income is never budgeted because we don't know where you're going to decide to put your money, so we don't try to budget that. And then you will see other receipts that will come in from registrations, and then the expenditures proposed for different events across the year. Some of those, like the district annual celebration, you'll see it's budgeted for $4,700. Sounds like a lot. If you go back over to receipts, you will see where there's a registration income. So those kind of balance out. That's true with spiritual retreat as well, because we have registrations for those. So, Madam President, the Finance Committee presents you with the budget for 2025.
Are there any questions or any discussion?
On the headings for all of these various entries, Western Colorado District, UMW needs to be altered.
Thing changed. And it's so easy to miss that. Thank you very much for pointing out that we need to change that. Anything else? All right. Hearing none, this does come from committee, so we do not need a second on the motion. Actually, I guess did you actually make a motion? Yes, okay. All right, so Robin made the motion. We don't need a second since this comes from committee. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Okay, so now Carol Phelps is going to come up and present our slate of nominees.
If you will look in your program book on page 9, you will see some beautiful women there who have agreed to be your district officers for the coming year. And so I present these as the nominations. President Beth McCorkle, Secretary Amy Gibbs, Treasurer, we still have a vacancy. Nominations, Glenna Kriker and Annie Hawk, also a vacancy there. Education for Mercy and Justice, Carol Phelps. Spiritual Nurture, a vacancy. Communications, Elisa Stanley. I present those.
So as we mentioned yesterday evening, we do have 3 vacancies at the moment. The treasurer position actually runs with the financial year, so it runs through the end of December, but we will have a vacancy at that time. We have a vacancy in nominations and a vacancy for spiritual life and membership nurture. So at this point in time, we have an opportunity to take nominations from the floor if there's anyone who is interested in self-nominating or has spoken with someone about accepting a nomination.
Beth McCorkle, I would like to nominate Laura Albright for treasurer. She is currently our treasurer at our unit, and I have spoken with her, and she is willing to take on that position.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to make a nomination either for treasurer or for the other 2 open positions?
I nominate Darlene Adams for the position to add to our committee on nominations.
Darlene Adams?
And Darlene, where's Darlene?
Over there.
Darlene has agreed.
And did you agree to that, Darlene? Thank you very much. That's okay, wonderful. Any other nominations from the floor? All right. Well, I do want to remind people the spiritual life and membership nurture. It's an incredibly important position, and we actually can split it in 2. And I wanted to highlight that because in the past it has been 2. At some point it was combined because there was someone that said they were willing to do both, and so it just sort of happened. But we could redivide it. So spiritual life really has 2 primary functions. One is to meet with the district team at our monthly Zoom meetings, so you don't have to travel. And do the devotional openings and then do devotions and things at a gathering like this. And the second item would be every other year, we would like to be able to do a spiritual life day. And you wouldn't be doing it all by yourself, but you would be sort of the committee head for planning that event. The membership nurture function is reaching out to local units and checking in with them, see if they're having difficulties, if they need some extra support, would like a visitor from the district team that wouldn't necessarily be the membership nurture person, but making arrangements for someone to come and make a site visit, with a group. And overseeing the collection of the census information, how many people are in your unit, and that sort of thing that happens once a year. So do prayerfully consider that, and at any point in the future, if you would be interested in one or both of those positions, reach out to our nominations committee, and we would love to have you join us. So at this time, you have the slate before you, and we can go through them one by one, or someone can make a motion. Thank you, Amy. Thank you,
You stole
Gwetta.
my thunder.
Amy, would you like to second that motion?
I will second that motion with enthusiasm.
Okay, so we have a motion before us that we accept the slate with those additions, the two additions from the floor as presented. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, can I have a hallelujah? Hallelujah! Anyone opposed? Thank you very much to all these women and their offering of their time and talents. All right. Is there any other business for the good of the community? All right, hearing none, I close the annual meeting at 10 a.m. We're doing great. We have more time to visit. I would like to invite, yes, Mary Lynn to come up, and she has a drawing. Woohoo! So who's gonna draw?
I can't draw myself.
Is that one? You got one? Read it and see who we have. Lorraine Hasselbach!
All right, wonderful. Well, our keynote speaker is planning to start at 10:30. So we have a half an hour to visit.
Let me say that you've already bought enough of our jewelry and our crafts to have nearly $100 sent to National for mission.
Well, we'll take more. All right, thank you very much. We have a little time to stretch our legs and look at the pretty items and visit and get more coffee or whatever you need to do. Thank you so much. And we're now officially done, Jim. Please. We are very pleased this morning to introduce our keynote speaker, Donia Jessop from Cherish Families. Donia is in her second term as the mayor of Hilldale, Utah. She is the first woman and the first former member of the fundamentalist LDS church to serve in that position. She has an incredible story about her own life and also about the charity that she has set up to help people who leave the fundamental Church of Latter-day Saints to get settled into the community. So, Donia, if you'd like to come up, everybody. We have a very pretty phone that says Huskers on the back. I heard, okay.
There you go, that was easy. Good morning. I have a rough time holding still, so I asked if I could use this mic. Will the Zoom get it if I wander up here, though? Yeah. Leave it all, okay, ooh, yay. I left my glasses down there with my son. How's this? Is that all right? I really like being closer to the people. One of the things that I'm really super proud of, and I'm tired today, so I might cry. I'm kind of a boob anyway, but I get very emotional when I talk about the things I love the most. One of the things I'm most proud about becoming the mayor in Hilldale, Utah, is I was also the first democratically elected mayor. And people are like, what? We're living in the United States and we've had rights for all these years. Well, in that church, we were told who to vote for. And that's how Warren Jeffs or the church controlled the actual government, is they just told us who was going to be mayor and who was going to be town council, and so we made it so. But I'm gonna start back a little further back. I was born and raised in Hilldale, Colorado City. Hilldale, Colorado City is 2 cities, 2 states, 1 community. It was very much designed, settled with the thought in mind, safety for polygamists. Because if they were in Arizona and there was a raid, they'd go into Utah. If you're in Utah, there was a raid, you go into Arizona. In 1954, there was a massive raid. Nevada, Arizona, and Utah came together and there was a huge raid. My dad at the time was 16 years old. My dad, I come from a kind of a different family than a lot of people out there. My dad, his mother, was what I call a religion hopper. I don't know what else to call it. She just felt out of her element in every religion she was in. So she just tried all kinds on, and that religion was one of them that she tried on. And my dad at that time was 14 years old. But the people fell in love with my dad, and my dad fell in love with the people, and he felt like he had found home. He had a little sister. She was 12 at the time. They're only like barely 18 months apart. And she wanted to stay there. She felt like she had found her home and she did not get along with her mother. And so my dad said, when my grandma was ready to go, my dad said, hey, I'll go with you if you'll let Sandy stay here. And she said, okay. So she let Aunt Sandy stay there, and my dad went with my grandma. At the time of the raid, my dad saw that raid on television. It was the first time any raid like that had ever been televised. And that's when people could see how horrible it was, what was going on. My dad watched the people he loved be loaded into buses and hauled away. My, not soon to be, but years later, grandma-in-law was one of the women that they tried to take her children away, and she said, they're not going without me. And they said, oh yes, we're taking your children, and you just step back. And she said, over my dead body will I let my children go. So I've got some female energy in my past. People always say, where did you come from? And I'm like, have you met my mother? She's a powerhouse. Anyway, so my dad, he had a stepdad, and my dad had been earning money for a couple of years, and he had a savings account. He had $326 and some odd cents in that checking account, and he told his dad, I need to go home. So while his mom was gone, his dad took him to the bank, withdrew his money, put him on the bus from St. George to Hurricane, and then he hitchhiked from Hurricane to home. And when he got there, Uncle Roy was the prophet at the time of the raid, was sitting in a car, and my dad came and handed him that money. And Uncle Roy said, the Lord told me the money was coming for us to go find our children. I just didn't know who would be bringing it. And my dad was 16. So that's how my family became a part of the FLDS religion. I was born in 1970 into the most incredible community. I wish everybody could have an upbringing like mine. I lived in a normal polygamous village. Every mom there was my mom. I could depend on a spanking or a meal from any house because I was loved by all, or, you know, warned. I was kind of a little stinker because I did wild things like talk to boys and drive a car too fast and listen to Cyndi Lauper and Madonna. I liked to do stuff like that. So when I was a teenager, I kind of was a bad girl because I did those things. And so some families were told to not be my friend, but I was still their friend. I love people, love people. So I committed the worst sin of all. When you are in that religion, we have appointed marriage. So a girl at 18 years old is supposed to go turn herself in and say to the prophet, place me where the Lord wants me to be. And that is how, like, you're placed in a polygamous situation or a first wife situation or whatever it is. It's whatever the Lord said to do through the prophet. Well, because of my spirit, who I am, I fell in love with a boy at 16. I was 16 and he was 18. And we thought the sun rose and set with each other. And so we snuck out for a year. And one night we got caught. So we were taken to Rule and Jeff's. And it was my first real meeting with Rule and Jeff's. Uncle Roy had only died 1 year before this happened, almost to the day. And I had not had opportunity to meet with Rulon. He lived in Salt Lake. He had a jet and he would come down to visit the people, where the prophet that had died the year before was a farmer. He lived amongst us. He was very loved. Rulon was much better than us, and we knew that. We felt it, and he said that. So I had never interacted with him. But a prophet of God is supposed to be a pure, don't swear. In my opinion, these are the things that I think a prophet does. Well, we were taken before Rulon Jeffs, and he asked us what we had done, how deep our sins had gone, and then he said, I'm not going to put up with this shit. And I was like, my blood ran cold. I had caused the prophet to swear. My sins had caused the prophet to swear, and I took that on my own. And he said, I want you two to get married, and you're married. Start your family and all of that. But I will hold you up as an example to the people that I will not put up with this. We're like, okay. So we got married by the law. And then he said, you come in and see me every month. And if you stay together and you keep the laws of God, then I will seal you for time and all eternity in a year. So we did. We went and saw him every month. But what happened the Sunday after we had got married by the law? We were in church, and he said, there's a couple that did their own marriage. Then he kind of leaned over the pulpit. I think that's why I can't talk behind the pulpit. He kind of leaned in and he's like, I will not put up with this. They are living in sin. And I'm like, is he talking about us? And Joe's like, we're the only couple that just got married. I'm like, but that's not what he told us. And so that made me feel like I could never say that the prophet had lied. But I felt very betrayed. But I tamped that down because he was the prophet. You don't feel that way. Well, a year went by, and within that year, we had our first son. We took our son in to see Uncle Roland to get a blessing. And Uncle Roland held him, and he's like, oh, what a beautiful baby. Beautiful baby. Well, we went to church, and he got up and he said, there was a couple that were not married by the priesthood, and they have had a child out of wedlock. And I'm like, I'm looking at my little baby, and I'm already, if you've ever had a child, you know how those blues kick in, and I was a 17-year-old girl that weighed 110 pounds. I gained 50 pounds during the pregnancy. I went from being super popular to being very shunned by the entire community because we had done our marriage wrong. And here I'm sitting here feeling all of the emotions that you feel when you've just had a child. And then my prophet says that we had that child out of wedlock, and holding us up as an example of what not to do yet again. And I just looked at Joe and I said, he's not talking about us. And he said, do you know anybody else that just had a baby? And so then again, I felt hurt and betrayed, but tamp it down, put it on the shelf, mind your business. I became the most obedient wife, the best mother, very obedient. Because you see, the way we had gotten married, Joe was stripped of his priesthood. He could no longer go to priesthood meetings. He could not participate with the rest of the men. And the only way that he would get those blessings back is when we were rebaptized. And Roland said that we would be good enough, that we could go to heaven. We could live in the celestial degree. But it was my fault. I had led him down the path. That's how my mind worked. And so it was also going to be me that did the changing to make it so he could move on, get more wives, because wives are how you reach the highest salvation in this religion. And so I became very obedient. And it wasn't because from the pulpit they said, be obedient. It was because in my head and heart, I loved this man and I needed to save him for time and all eternity. And so I became very, very obedient. We went on to have 10 children. Yes, 10. That's my baby right there. That's my Hanson. And things were pretty okay for a while, until in the 1990s when Roland Jeffs had a stroke and Warren started to take over. And that was so slow. People say, how did you believe all that nonsense? Why did you stay for so long? The process happened over such a long period of time. It's the case of the frog in the boiling water. And I use a different analogy. I say, if you ate a giant burrito in one setting, you'd be sick and throw it up and never do that again. But when you eat a giant burrito for 20 years, you didn't even know you ate a burrito. And that's kind of what happened. And he would get up and say, do not wear red. And the whole don't wear red thing was because when Christ comes again on earth, he will come in robes of crimson, stained by the blood of the wicked. So we were supposed to save red for the coming of Christ. It's a sacred color. Well, in our lazy ways of teaching children, a lot of parents told children we don't wear red because it's wicked. And that was just an easier answer than trying to describe it all. So there was things like that, but then it started to go deeper. The shunning. If you have a family member that's left this church, avoid them severely. Shun them severely. Well, I love my family. I was raised in the most incredible family. I had 2 moms. You gasped at 10. My mom had 16. My other mom had 10. So I have 25 siblings. And I'm telling you what, if you ever want to have a good time, you hang out with us on a reunion. We have a ball. We've never, you know how some families you'll have, oh, this person, you've got the sibling rivalry and all this. Not with my family. We only have one really weird sister. She's still in the FLDS church, and I just have a rough time with her. Anyway, but we all get together, we just have a grand time. And being raised, we had little kids, older kids. And so we had an older girl who was over a younger girl. So they would get us up in the morning, comb our hair, make sure we ate, got us to school. And so each person had someone that they were responsible for. And then when I wasn't little and I was big, then I had a little girl that I took care of, or a little boy, whichever. And so we were raised to take care of each other. We were raised to bless one another. We were raised to be there for each other no matter what. So I was just raised in this incredible family. I was also raised in a family that loved education. I have 6 sisters that are RNs. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister that's a paramedic, 1 brother that's an electrical engineer, school teacher. I don't recall what the rest are, but getting your higher education was very important. So in the late 1990s, after Roland had his stroke and Warren started to step in, it was kind of like a usurping of authority. We didn't even realize it was happening because we were used to seeing Warren with Roland all the time. And then he started to speak for him. And he would say, Warren would put his hand on Roland's knee and said, Father says, and then he would say whatever. Well, Father had had a stroke. I don't know that he could have stopped Warren one way or another. I don't know. But everybody, like we would go home after those churches and we would discuss it amongst ourselves. How did that feel to you? Was that weird? Do you think Uncle Warren is the next prophet? All of this sort of thing. So when Warren started to take over, it wasn't that hard for people to follow him because he'd been doing that for a long time. But in the late 1990s, he told us, so we were taught to raise our children like calves in a stall, bring them out of the world, and just teach them priesthood ways and raise them like calves in a stall. So in the late 90s, Warren said, shut schools down, public schools. I'm going to tell you about my first day teaching homeschool. So I didn't have a sister wife, but I had a sister. And we raised each other's children because we both work in the nursing field. She has kids, I had kids, so she'd tend and I'd tend, and we would make it work so that we could provide for our families. And so that's what we did for homeschool also. I took all the kids during the morning, she would take them in the afternoon. We had it figured out. So the first day we were supposed to start homeschool, started with 7 kids, 7 different grades, all different learning abilities, and a 2-year-old child and a 2-week-old baby. And at this point, Warren had also told us to never nurse a child in front of your other children, to go into the bedroom or somewhere. Don't let children see that. So I'd have to leave these kids in my classroom while I go take care of this 2-week-old baby and myself and try to keep that all together. Well, that lasted about 3 months. Because you also, besides homeschooling, I'm just going to really quick tell you about the day in the life of an FLDS mom. The moms are to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, dress themselves, and do their personal study until 5. From 5 to 6, they're supposed to get the children up, get them dressed and ready and in class by 7. Class consisted of, in the morning, was teachings from Uncle Roy, and at night, teachings from Uncle Roland. When I say uncle, if you're familiar with the LDS church at all, they say brother and sister. That's what we use, how we use aunt and uncle. So it's a sign of respect. So I very seldom use the word for Rulin. I say Rulin because there's smaller respect, much less respect. But Uncle Roy, I love, love, love. And he's Uncle Roy. And Warren is plain old, I don't even like to talk about him. It's Warren. So that's how you can see the respect level. Anyway, so that lasted for, okay. So then from 5 to 6, you get the children up and prepared, get them in class by 6 o'clock. 6 to 7, you're in class unless you have a long-winded dad, and then you stay longer in class. And this is studying, like reading scripture. Sometimes you'd get up and bear your testimony, different things like that. You'd always sing hymns. And then you're at the breakfast table at 7 o'clock. You eat breakfast from 7 to 7:30, clean up the dishes, and then everybody is at their post by 8 in the morning. At your post means pretend you have a husband with 4 wives. One mother's going to go to work, one mother's going to go teach school, one mother's going to be home on the home and mills, and one mother may take care of the children or something, but they're always very much have a job that they do. And then that rotates so everyone gets an opportunity to take care of things. So the kids go to school by 8. First thing they do, Book of Mormon study. And then the next class, that's for 1 hour. The next class for 1 hour, they rewrite the notes that they took in Book of Mormon study. Then the next hour, they listen to Warren Jeff's recordings that he had made. Listen to those for 1 hour. The following hour, you rewrite all of those notes. So for the first 4 hours of the day, well, school, because you've already got a couple of hours at home, you have church study, church study, church study. So there's a lot of people from the community that don't have anything to do with religion because it was so crammed down our throats. It's almost painful. So, and anybody that knows kids and how they learn and how our minds learn, the first thing in the morning is that's when you hit your arithmetic and your reading and that sort of thing because your mind is awake and that's when it goes in. Well, the first thing in the morning until noon was religious study. After lunch went from noon to 1. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock was time for all other subjects. So they didn't teach American history because you only needed priesthood history. But they taught arithmetic, science, geography, that sort of thing. At 3 o'clock, the children go home, do their chores, snacks, homework until 4. The mothers start coming home, 4 o'clock, they prepare dinner. Dinner's on the table by 5. 5 o'clock is dinner, till 6, clean up dishes, get to class. You have class from 6 to 7 or 8, depending on the dad. Some dads like to talk a lot. Some dads don't. 8 o'clock, everybody starts to wind down and go to bed, except for the mother, who is to get everything ready for the next day so she can be up at 4 again. So what happened with this is we were so busy, we could not think. So incredibly tired, we could not think. When you would go to church and hear something new, you need to step up here, you need to do better here. You've done great, but you need to do better. The Lord cannot use you in this condition. You've got to keep sweeter. You've got to do better. One of the saddest things I feel like I have done to my children when they were small was say, that's good. What can you do better? You can never please. You're never enough. So we did this school. I taught school for 3 months, kept the house spotless, had meals on the table. I was the only mom. I worked a part-time job during that time. I've never not worked. So I did all that, and by 3 months, I just about had a breakdown. But I told Joe, I cannot do this anymore. And so we hired a teacher to educate our children. And that was, I think that was about 4 years that we did that. Well, years went by and things started to change in the church. Things got really, really weird. Now, everyone here probably knows what Warren is serving 2 life terms for. We did not know any of that was happening. And to this day, the people that still follow Warren Jeffs have no idea what he did. When he was arrested, there was a revelation come over, and it was read to all of us to get off the internet, step it up, clean it up, do not read magazines, newspapers, listen to a radio, no music. You have to do better, because if you don't do better, and if you aren't filled with the Spirit of God, I will be in jail. So he was in jail because we weren't good enough. And we were so used to this. We knew it was our fault. My goodness, it was my fault that Joe couldn't go to heaven because we had fallen in love. We were so used to it being our fault and our children's fault, we would just keep sweet. You got to keep sweet. We were called to pray on the hour, every hour. No matter where you worked in the FLDS church, there would be a bell go off at the top of the hour, and everyone would drop to their knees and pray for our prophet's release. He told us, when you keep sweet enough, the prison walls will fall down and I will walk out a free man. We had no idea what he was doing in prison. We thought it was a government setup. It was the perfect story, because we all know that the true prophet of God is persecuted. So he said, see? And we were like, it was just reformation. He is the prophet of God. He is being persecuted. And so it was just kind of an interesting dynamic how it all worked out, and how it really, because people say, how could you stay through all of that? I wasn't hearing or seeing the forest for the trees. I was in the trees. I was in the forest. All I could see is what I was doing and my job, and be obedient and keep sweet and do better and raise my kids right and be a good mother and be a good wife. And that's all I could see, and that's all I had time for. So when Warren was put in jail, we got real serious about praying on the hour, every hour. A few years later, it was in the year 2011. I'll never forget this day. Warren has a brother, his name's Lyle. I can say wicked in this room, right? He's probably one of the most wicked men on this planet. Warren's serving 2 life terms. Lyle runs free. Lyle is still doing things right now that he should be imprisoned for. And I will continue to take any information I can find from anybody to the FBI and the chief of police that has a direct relationship with the FBI. Because he needs to be taken care of. He needs to not be hurting children, and he is. But we can't do it until the case is solid and we have enough evidence that he goes away and doesn't get off for food stamp fraud. Food stamp fraud is what he went to jail for, and he was there for 1 year. But they did not prosecute him for the same crimes that Warren Jeffs committed. because they didn't have evidence. So this man was our bishop. And he stood up in church one day and he said, "Life as you know it is over." And I was like, a cold chill went down my back, and I looked around to see if anybody else was feeling it. And I was just waiting, just because every time we'd go to church, it was like holding your breath. We didn't know what was next. Life as you know it is over. We've been called to live the united order, and this is how it's going to go. We're going to have judgments. Each one will be judged. We'll start with the fathers. If you're found unworthy, you'll be sent away to repent. And if you're found worthy, you'll be baptized into the united order. For definition, the united order is something taught in the LDS religion where you all live in common. So there are no rich, there are no poor. We give everything, and then people take what they need. But you always watch out for your neighbor first. And it's called the united order. Well, that's what they were living down in Texas. And until Warren was arrested, we didn't even know Texas was there. We weren't supposed to be on the internet. We weren't supposed to be looking at things that were not meant for our eyes. We called it Zion, but we didn't know where Zion was. We just knew that people were disappearing and going to Zion. That was Texas. And they had been living the united order the entire time. So when we were called to live the united order, it was kind of like, oh, so Heavenly Father feels like we're good enough to live the united order, but on the other hand, he just said, life as you know it is over. And that is scary. So he said, we're going to judge the fathers first. If you're found unworthy, you'll be sent away. If you're found worthy, you'll be baptized into the united order. Then we'll judge the mothers and the children. He did not tell us exactly what was going to go on. We had no idea what was going to happen. But I was sitting up on the balcony. This building holds 8,000 people. I was sitting on the balcony, and I looked down, and I said, oh, this is easy peasy. We're all going to be told that we're a part of the united order, and we're just going to step up and do better and take care of one another more and love our neighbor as ourselves, keep sweeter, love God more. This is going to be easy. In actuality, the town was completely split in half. Every family was split up. And sometimes, I'll describe, if a man had 2 wives, the man was found worthy and 1 wife was found worthy. Say they had 10 children, 5 of those children were worthy. The other wife was not. The other 5 children were not worthy. Those children, wives, all could not sit at a dinner table together. They could not have those classes we talked about together. They had to have separate classes. They couldn't go to school together. They had to split all of that. And then as time went on, Lyle said, you all need to figure out how you're going to split your families up. If you have children that aren't a part of the order, they need to go live in a house with other children that aren't a part of the order. And if you have children that are a part of the order, they need to live in a house with people who are a part of the order. So we as parents were supposed to take our children and go give them to a different family, separate them out, and have them live somewhere else. I'm going to tell you about my judgment day. I try very hard to only tell my story, so I'm not telling you a lie or a story of someone else. This is the truth that I lived. I was 2 weeks away from having that kiddo. Actually, 2 weeks away to the deadline. So the call was, whoever was in the United Order had to be baptized by the strike of midnight, December 11th, going into December 2012. December 2011 going into December 2012. So to baptize as many people and to go through all of those judgments, every single person had to go meet with Lyle, the 3 witnesses, just 3 of the men that were called to be witnesses. Every single person had a private meeting with him, and there was a list of questions that had to be answered. And those questions consisted of things like, do you pray for the prophet every hour on the hour? Do you stay away from movies, books, the outside world, the internet? And then there were questions that said, do you touch yourself? Do you touch others? Are you clean and pure every whit? So some interesting questions, and when a man is asking a young girl of 12 or 10 those questions. And Lyle got very vulgar with that. The reports that have come out from some of the children, the words that he used are words that my children didn't know, and neither did these children. And it really messed some kids up. So we were called. Now, we didn't believe in Christmas. We never did, because Christ was born in April, not December. So we never celebrated Christmas. But my mom was very creative. Joseph Smith's birthday is 2 days before Christmas Day. So she would say, we're having gifts for Joseph Smith's birthday. Or we would have New Year's celebration, and we'd have gifts for that. But we never had a Christmas tree. We never had lights. And a lot of the families didn't even do that much. My mom just always pushed the envelope a little bit. So I don't know what day it was. I can't say it was Christmas Day because all the days were the same to me. But it was very close to the end of the year. We were within the last week of the end of the year, and Hanson was born on December 30th. So I was very, very pregnant. And the rooms in that building there were 4 rooms along one side of the building, and each room held about 250 people. It was about this size, and the chairs were set up like this. They had a table of food so that you could snack during the night. Our appointment was 11:30 at night because the Lord said we had to be through this process by the strike of midnight, December 11th, or excuse me, 2011. So there was people in every single room in that building, and when people would go see Lyle, then they just moved the people to the next room and just herd us up to the next. Well, our appointment was at 11:30 at night. We actually saw Lyle Jeffs at 5:30 the next morning. So we sat up on chairs the entire night long and waited for our turn. By the time I got in there were guards that walked around, made sure you had what you needed and all that. By the time we got in there, the guard said to me and my children and my mother-in-law lived with us, and she was going to her judgment day at the same time. And the guard come to us, gathered us together, and said to the children, you don't have to have your father there. If you want to go in alone, you don't have to have your father. And then you can talk to Uncle Lyle and say whatever you need to say. You can tell him anything you need. He's your best friend. Oh, we've always taught our children that your father is your best friend. Your mother is your best friend. But you could see how they were just starting to create doubt, and also, don't talk to your father, come and talk to us. They said, so you don't have to have him there. And I said, my husband will be in the room. And all of my children said, my father will be there. And they said, okay. So I was taken in the room. And by that time, because we were at a late date, we were like five days away from the deadline. So I walked in and shook Lyle's hand, looked him dead in the eye, and he asked me one question. Are you clean and pure every whit? I looked him straight in the eyes and I said, yes, sir, I am. I had done my work. Christmas time was my favorite time of year, even if we didn't get to celebrate it. We always sang Christmas carols and that before Warren came aboard. And when I'd go into Walmart and I'd hear Christmas carols playing over the intercom, I would sing in my mind, we thank thee, O God, for our prophet. So I wouldn't sing Christmas carols. I didn't look at the newspapers and the magazines that were on the racks. I stayed very focused, so I would never let an evil thought or a thought about the world. I wouldn't look at someone that had short sleeves. But just part of it, okay? We were kind of strict. I was very careful. And I did that because I wanted my husband and my children to be able to go to the highest degree of glory in heaven. So I said, yes, sir, I am. And then I went out into the main room and sat down and waited for each one of my children to come through. Well, Joe had gone and been judged 2 weeks before this. When you weren't found worthy, you didn't get a phone call that you weren't found worthy. You just didn't get a phone call. I know a man that sat by his phone for 9 months waiting for a phone call because he didn't want to leave his family. He lost his job, and he sat by that phone praying it would ring. Because see, what happens is, if you weren't found worthy, you lost your family. Well, Joe had gone in and been judged 2 weeks prior to my judgment, and he never got a phone call. So I already knew I wasn't his wife anymore. But when we went to ours, I went through and then the children came through. We got in the van to go home, and Joe said, by then it was 6 o'clock. Joe said, I'd already told you the day of a day in the life of, well, it was 6 o'clock. So where was Mother supposed to be? In class. He said, let's go home and have family class and eat our breakfast. Then we'll take a half-hour nap and then get to work. We hadn't slept. We did not sit in those chairs and sleep. We were wide awake. So we went home and sat down to have our family class, and the phone rang. There's still a ringer on an iPhone. But when I hear it, I immediately go closed off. I don't drop in fetal position, but my insides do. That phone rang, and Joe answered it. This is how he answered it. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hung up the phone. He turned to my 9-year-old daughter, Joanne. Said, Joanne, you've been chosen. Mother, take her downstairs and prepare her. They're sending someone to pick her up. So I took Joanne downstairs to pack her a little bag. I knew she was going to be baptized. I knew she was not going to be hurt. And she said, Mom, where am I going? She's 9. This little girl was clear full of vigor and life. She said, Mom, where am I going? I said, Joanne, you're going to go get baptized into the United Order. But you can't tell me about it because I'm not worthy. So you can't tell me what they say or what they do. And she said, doesn't this feel wrong? And I said, you need to put that on the shelf. Because I had taught my children, if anyone ever says to you, don't tell your mom and dad, that's when you run tell your mom and dad. Then the mom said, don't tell me where you go or what they do. She was gone for 8 hours that day. I later learned she had gone with Joe's brother, who had been chosen to be a part of the order. But she didn't know him. We weren't close with that family. It's just who they sent. So he knocked on the door and took Joanne. I later found out from some of my friends that were at the building at the time that Joanne came up. She was all alone. She didn't have a woman or a mother to hold her hand and guide her through. And so she actually went behind the door. It was a door that opened like that. She went behind the door and just got in fetal position and stayed there for at least 3 hours until somebody finally told the ladies that were giving the white clothing for baptism that there was a little girl hiding behind the door. And so then that lady came and got Joanne and helped her go get baptized. And then she was taken to the meeting house, that big building that can hold 8,000, and sat through an 8-hour church and heard how she needed to pray for her parents because her parents were wicked. Because if they hadn't been chosen to be in the United Order, they weren't worthy. And it was on her shoulders to say her prayers and to do what she's told so that her parents can qualify. I found out all of that much later. That went on for about 3 months. Joanne would disappear at any given day for any amount of time. But where she was taken was to the meeting house for like 8-hour meetings. Well, that went on for about 3 months, and she all of a sudden started getting severe tummy aches. She says, Mom, I can't go to church. I hurt so bad. I'm so sick. I said, if you're sick, you better not go to church. We don't want to spread that around. So, excuse me just one minute. I told her, you don't have to go to church. Well, they came and said, she has to go to church. She's made covenants with God, and they are serious. I said, She's 9. What kind of serious covenants do you make with God at 9 years old that if you don't go to every single meeting, you're damned? They said, well, you don't understand. Are you okay if I take my jacket off? Allison, you don't understand how serious this is. And I said, well, I quite frankly don't care. My daughter's not going to go if she's sick. And so she stopped going. And she just started to be a part of our family again. But she was one of the rare ones. The rest of the children in town, they got split up. They got removed. Well, this went on for about a year and a half. During that time, the people that I was helping raise, helping teach school, they couldn't come to my house anymore. They were all members. I was not. Well, remember how I told you how I got married and how badly shunned we were? We were being shunned all over again. And I went right back into that feeling just like I had right after I'd gotten married, and the guilt and the why didn't I do better? What should I have done better? It was my fault. Well, nobody came to my house anymore. And they would walk past my house and yell to the kids, we wished you guys weren't apostate so you could go for a walk with us. How did this happen? How is this happening? The entire town is falling apart. Well, Lyle Jeff sent someone to our home to ask Joe how he was going to split his family up. He said, we're not. And he said, no. Is Donia moving out? Are you moving out? Where are the girls going? Where are the boys going? You cannot live as a family. You're not worthy. And Joe said, listen to me. We're not. And he said, no, Joe, you don't understand if you don't split this family up. And Joe said, I know exactly, and we're not splitting our family up. Well, I didn't know he had said that. They were outside talking, and I was in the house taking care of the kids. So Joanne was, this was a year and a half later. Joanne was sitting in my room in a rocking chair, and she was still being very like, you're supposed to be going to church, you're not being obedient, from her little cousins and other people that would talk to her. And I was combing my hair. And she said, Mom, I'm supposed to go to church today. I said, do you want to? And she said, no. She said, do I have to go live with Aunt Deidre's family? Because by this time the kids were saying, look, you're the only one in that family that is worthy. And they had a brother in their family, the only one that wasn't worthy. So the kids amongst themselves had decided, you go live with, like their son come live with me and my daughter go live with them. She said, do I have to go live with Aunt Deidre's family? I said, do you want to go live with Aunt Deidre's family? And she stood up, and by this time she was 10. She stood up and she yelled at me, I want to be a part of my family. And it was like a 2x4 struck me upside the head. And I was like, now understand, when Joe and I were not worthy, we weren't allowed to be in the same room together without a chaperone, which meant a child or his mom. She lived with us. We could not be in the same room together, which means we had separate bedrooms. More than a 3-second handshake was considered adultery. So in the morning after you have your family class, you're supposed to shake hands. That if you held hands longer than 3 seconds, it was considered adultery. I had not been in his bedroom. I was strict. I was doing everything I had to not get our family taken away. Well, I trucked my little self down to the other end of the hall where his bedroom was, and I threw his door open. You know when you're super angry and you throw a door open and it goes through the sheetrock? I bet none of you have done that. Well, I did it that day. I threw that door open. The doorknob went through the sheetrock, and he's like, what's going on? And I said, I will not split this family up. We're not doing it. And he said, can we talk? And he and I had not had an honest conversation in over 2 years. And he told me that day what happened when he went to his judgment day. Lyle said, dear brother, are you ready to live the United Order? And Joe said, never, never will I live that order. And Lyle said, what are you talking about? And he said, you know that I know what you did. You know that I know what Warren did. Because he had been on the internet figuring it out. But he didn't dare tell me, because I had told him before, if you ever leave the church, you're going to lose your family, because I will never leave. So he never told me. He didn't dare. He didn't want to lose us. But when he went through his judgment day, he told Lyle, if you touch my family, I will tell everybody everything. So that's why Lyle never, he sent somebody to tell us to split our family up, and when Joe said, we're not doing it, Joe didn't get sent away because he had already told Lyle, I'll tell everybody everything you've done. So Joe said, can we talk? And he told me that, and then he started to tell me the tiniest bit about what Warren had done. And I said, I can't. I don't want to hear it. I can't handle it. I was so sick to my stomach already. That is not the religion I was raised in. We had no idea what had been going on in Texas. It was never preached to us over a pulpit that young girls should get married, that they should be hurt. That was all done behind closed doors, and only the highest of the high knew about it. Well, during this time, Joe worked in North Dakota. He was gone for 3 to 4 weeks out of the month. I was home with my children in a community that would no longer talk to me. We couldn't go outside. I couldn't go to the store because I couldn't handle the shunning. Well, Joe came home one day, and I said, well, I'm moving, and I'd love you to come with me. And you will be paying the bills. But at this point, I really don't care. I've got to get my family out. And he's like, okay. Well, Lyle Jeffs got up and told everybody that we were apostates in church. No more talking to Donia and Joe. Like, shun them severely. Because when you're an apostate, there's a shunning. But then when you're an apostate, then there's severe shunning. So he had gotten up in church and told everyone that. So my children, I had taken them down to one of the little places to get an ice cream. And this car parked next to us. And people got out. And they said, Mom, are those apostates? Well, I had not taught my children what apostates were. It wasn't not a word that we used. I said, what's an apostate? And they said, wicked people. I said, well, let's go find out what an apostate is. I love to get the book, the dictionary, not Google, the dictionary, look up words with kids. So we looked up apostate, and it said one who leaves his original teaching. And I said, did we do that? And my kids are like, I don't know. What's our original teaching? I said, remember what Gramsci always taught us? Gramsci was my mom-in-law that lived with us, and she had passed away by this time. What did Gramsci always tell us? Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, might, mind, and strength, and your neighbor as yourself. It's the only 2 things he's told us to do. Everything else is man-made. Don't wear red, man-made. Severely shun your family if they don't agree with what you say, man-made. Apostates, man-made. All that stuff's man-made. But loving the Lord thy God with all your heart, might, mind, and strength, and your neighbor as yourself is the 2 teachings that we had been taught as children. And they said, what does that even mean? And I said, it means to be kind, to simply be kind. I said, that's the church that I'm going to be a part of from here on out, the church of be kind. And they said, that's the church I want to be a part of. So we packed our bags. People say, how did you escape? Well, I didn't. I pulled up trailers. Some of my brothers came and helped, and we packed 3 semi-diesel loads full of stuff. We'd been married for 32 years by that time. So we had our entire lives. We were leaving everything we had ever known. When you're in that church, they teach you that the outside world does not want you, does not like you, and in fact, hate you. So if you ever leave, you'll never be supported. You'll have people that will rape you, people that will rob you, people that will lie to you, but there are not honest people out there. What that does is makes it so you stay, because you're safe. And then, when we would go to St. George in our FLDS dresses, Sure enough, in Walmart one day, somebody dropped a handful of condoms in the cart. You people out there need to use those. One time, my sister had a note left on her van, "Don't come spend your food stamps here." We weren't on food stamps. But the media said we all were, so we must have been. So we found out it is not safe out of that village. You better stay. So the first night that we were here in St. George, we were actually in Santa Clara, I honestly wanted to move so far away that nobody had even heard of the state of Utah, let alone Warren Jeffs. Like, I just wanted to get away. Well, we made it as far as Santa Clara. It may as well have been a different planet because it was nothing I had ever known. And that first night, and this is something I want to tell you when you're working with FLDS people or you see them. Taking off the dress is the last thing you do. Because when you take that dress off, you have declared to your family, I'm an apostate, and I don't believe the way you do anymore, and they will start to shun you. So when you see people in an FLDS dress, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. You don't know where they are in their process, if they are figuring out how to leave, if they're securing everything so they can. You don't know. So I took my dress off. My hair used to be this long, and I always wore it in a bun on top of my head. They asked me if I had pictures or anything, and I kind of wished I would have brought a picture of us as a family back then. But I let my hair hang, put on a little bit of mascara, and I clipped these hairs right there, and that was it. And then I wore a shirt that was longer, so it covered my backside, and then some denim pants. I didn't even know how to dress. And we moved to Santa Clara. That first night, we were just putting things away, and there was a knock at the door. And the entire family was like, I'm like, shh, they'll go away. Shh. Ding dong. I'm like, shh, just be quiet. I wanted to go around, just close off all the lights, and everybody hide. That's what we were so accustomed to. If there was ever an outsider knock on our door, we hid. The FBI had come and banged on our door looking for somebody that they were looking for. Banged on our windows, banged on our doors. We were hit the floor. All of us were on our stomachs to climb back because you could see through. Our door had a glass in it. And so we had crawled on our stomachs downstairs into a closet without any windows. Like, raids happened. They took children away. So even in Santa Clara, that first night, I did not want to open that door. And they kept ringing the doorbell. They knew we were home. So I finally opened the door, and it was our neighbors across the street. And they said, "Hi, who are you and where did you come from?" I thought, either the lies start now, or I just confess. Get ready to be treated bad. So for the first time in my life, I told somebody where I was from and a little bit about me. And you know what they said? "We're so glad you're here." I was prepared to be shunned. I was prepared to be told, "We don't want you here." I was not prepared to be treated kind. And I didn't even know what to do with it. So I invited them in. And they stayed, and it's the first time I ever told anybody where I was from, or that I had two moms, or that I loved where I was from before it got screwed up. Well, 4 years later, I only have 5 minutes left. 4 years later, my husband came to me and said, "The mountains are calling me home. I want to go back to help repair." And I said, "Well, won't that be fun for you? Bye." He said, "Why don't you make me a list of reasons to go back and reasons not to?" And on the top of my list of reasons to not go back, because I said I never would, that's why, exclamation point. But the list of reasons to go back were very great. So we went back, and I did not go back to become the mayor. I went back because I spoke the language. I understood why people stayed in the church as long as they did, and what the process was like when you come out. Nobody had to explain to me. When dads were sent away, we had this little thing we'd say. If your dad was gone to work, you would say, my dad's gone. If your dad had been sent away, your dad was gone, gone. So there was just words, the lingo that I spoke because I was there. And they didn't have to explain. And trying to explain to somebody why you stayed in a religion that they thought was just horrible is very hard. It's very hard to defend where you were born, how you were taught, and why you were raised that way. Why should I ever have to defend that? So we went back, and the very month we went back, we started a grassroots coalition. There was 4 people. Because of all of the discrimination that had gone on out there, if somebody from out of the religion moved into town, the cities would not give them water. The cities were sued and found guilty of discrimination. And to this day, we still work under an indictment, state of Utah and state of Arizona, which I have loved because we have a court-appointed monitor that helps me. And he has taught me, he has become my mentor, and he has taught me how to be, like, not a good mayor, because that's the personality, but how to do everything right, how to make sure that everything's filed right, how to post notices and make sure that we're following every rule there is. And I tell all the other cities out there now, you all should be working under an indictment because what you're doing is ridiculous. You need some cleanup. So I was elected that first day, and I won by a landslide. I won by 3 votes. The first Democratic election ever held, and I was the only woman that was running, but I was running against somebody from the outside, somebody that did not speak the lingo, somebody that did not understand why people were still in the FLDS church, someone that said, I'm here to fix the broken people. We are not a broken people. We do not need fixed. We are a people who have been hurt and we need to heal from the inside out. And so to win by 3 as a woman in a very patriarchal society was huge. That was the community selection. The lieutenant governor, it was Spencer Cox at the time, had sent a crew down. We had cleaned up the voter registration. We had done all the work to take this government because there was 3 town council seats and 1 mayor seat. That meant we had the majority. And if we could change the politics, the government, so that Warren Jeffs wasn't running it from prison, we could change our community. So my next election, I ran against the incumbent FLDS member and won by 14 votes. We're talking, people were having a rough time with the whole idea of a woman being in charge. And I was kind of having a rough time with it too. I hadn't been a mayor. All I knew is I wanted to do things right because it was the right thing to do, not because you were going to go to heaven if you do what's right and to hell if you don't, but because it's the right thing to do. So I'm going to quickly tell you about my first day as mayor. I knocked on the door. The door to the town council, the town hall, was locked. In the basement of this, it's a walkout basement, is the utility department where you go and pay your utility bill. Well, that door's locked. And so I knocked on it, and these 2 sets of eyeballs opened it like that, and they said, what do you want? I'm like, well, I'm the mayor. I've come to go to work. They said, just stay there. Slam the door. So I stood outside for 5 minutes, and finally they came and opened the door, and they said, you're supposed to come into this room. They put me in a little conference room, shut the doors. A minute later, the city manager came in, and he said, what are you doing here? I said, I'm the mayor. I've come to go to work. He said, look here. All we need you to do is smile pretty for the cameras and sign when I tell you to sign. Oh, I hit the desk so hard. I said, change just walked through Hilldale's door and we're not doing it that way anymore. And in that moment, not to make light, but I felt like the mantle of a mayor had fallen upon me. And I was like, that's what I'm doing here. We're doing this. Well, they took me upstairs and showed me where my office was going to be. We walked past this office and they said, oh, that's Mayor Phillips' Your office will be over here. Took me to the far end, opened a closet with brooms and mops and old dead TVs and computer parts. And they said, this will be your office. And I said, no, I'll be taking the mayor's office. And I trucked back to that other office. And on the inside, I was shaking so hard. I was like, because I was standing up against everything I had been taught was right. And I was doing it in a way that I didn't even know I was doing it. I was just kind of mad at that point. Well, it was pretty stressful. I was rewarded greatly for these acts. My entire staff walked out on me. All of my boards walked out, and the last 2 members of the town council that were FLDS walked out. So it took me the first 2, almost 3 months to replace all of the staff and the board members, to learn how to run a town council meeting, to learn. I spent more time crying that first 6 months than I did smiling. And during that time, my marriage fell apart. My husband still had in his DNA that very, I'm the boss. And I had a whole different life. I didn't ask him if I could go to a meeting. I didn't ask him if I could run to Salt Lake. I did my work. It was very hard on him. And one day, it had been really rough inside my house. And when I walk outside, I'd be in my house and it was very rough. And I'm being careful because my son's here. Some domestic violence had happened. And then when I walk outside, my picture's being splashed all over Newsweek, Salt Lake Tribune. I was voted as one of the top 10 women in the United States. And once again, I felt so guilty. How can I be being treated like that in the house and have my picture splashed out here as being a powerful, strong leader? And so I had a little talk with myself in the mirror. And I said, there's 2 things that you're going to be no matter where you go. One of them, you are Donia everywhere you go. Donia is enough. And if you don't know something, you ask, you study, you learn. But Donia is enough. Never pretend, never lie. Because I know I can remain true. And the other one was, remain vulnerable. Don't let everything that's happened harden my heart so much that I can't stand for the people that I was standing for. That I couldn't stand any longer for people who didn't have a voice. And that has become my mantra. Donia is enough. Don't forget to fill. Remain vulnerable. And that is how I've lived my last 7 years. And we literally have moved heaven and earth in Hilldale. Everything's changed. People say, how do you know that another Warren Jeffs won't come and take over? There's a simple answer to that. Private land ownership. That entire town was owned, both towns, Hilldale and Colorado City, was owned by the United Effort Plan, which was the church. So they had control of all the land. They were swapping houses. Like when we would get moved in the middle of the night, this crew would show up and they'd say, you're supposed to go over to your mother's. You'd go take your children in your pajamas, go over to your mother's or your sister's, wherever. They'd have a great big crew come in, pack everything for you, take it to another house, drop it off. You'd get a phone call the next day. You now live in so-and-so's house. Nothing, Warren had taken away the word mine. Everything was the Lord's. So it was not our house, it was not our car, those were not our children. They all belonged to the Lord. And so he just would mix things up. So, I can't remember my point in telling you that. Private property. And so with that indictment from the judge for the town, when the towns were found being discriminatory, part of that was that we had to subdivide and then get the property into the hands of the people that built the property. Well, Warren had told the people that still followed him that land is cursed. There was a and I don't even like to point to myself because I believe in energy, but there was the wickedest of the wicked in control out there now, because an apostate had come back and started to change things. And so now the Lord was going to dry it up and take the water away, and the land was cursed, and to get off the land. So a lot of people moved out, so abandoned homes, and the UEP, the board that was over the UEP, just started to sell the houses. But that's why nobody can come in and take over that community again. Won't be allowed. I own my house. Nobody can knock on my door in the middle of the night and say, take a hike. So we're pretty proud about that. If you've gone out there, if you've driven out there, it's beautiful, beautiful. People say, why are there big high fences? Most of those are down. I'll tell you why there was high fences. It wasn't to hide the sins behind the fence. When Warren was arrested and everything started to go crazy, the news media were so invasive and offensive. My children were jumping out on the trampoline, and the cameras, they walked in my backyard, and we had code red. That meant stranger danger. We'd yell, code red, and all the kids would come running in the house. And cameras show up in my backyard videoing my children, and we'd yell code red and run in the house and hide. So we all put fences up. But a lot of those fences are down, and things are just different in Hilldale. And I'm really grateful to have been a part of it. I have to run for mayor again next year. I hate elections. They're rough. But that's where we're at, out in Hilldale. And I've gone over my time by about 7 minutes. I don't know if you want to take questions or too late. Yes, Cherish Families. Okay, so when I was here in St. George, I was right next door, Root for Kids. So it used to be called TLC, the Learning Center for Children. Debbie Justice, you probably know her because you're right next door. So Debbie Justice came and found me and said, I'm going to send you out to Colorado City because you speak the lingo. And I said, oh, no, you're not. She said, yes, I am. They're holding interviews today and you're to be there. And I'm like, I'm not going out there. She said, yes, you are, because we need somebody that can talk the way they talk and that they understand. So I started to work for TLC and went into the homes out there. And then that led me into becoming a crime victim advocate for Cherish Families. Cherish Families is a group that's formed by women from the community. It is no one that has come in to fix the broken people. They are women who know why people are doing what they're doing, the trigger things, things that trigger, things that make them go hide and not talk to outsiders, all of that. And so we have formed Cherish Families, and we do wraparound services. We do mental health, attorney, if you needed a divorce or if you need to go find your kids, if you need to set up a home, because many times when you leave with nothing. So clothes, household goods, food. Sometimes there was a mother that went and got her children. There were 5 children. The FLDS teach those children, if the mother send away or the father, they are wicked. And if they ever come to get you, you scream, you yell, you write on the walls, you break their tools, you call them bad names. You do anything you can so they'll send you back to the feet of the priesthood. So this mother went and got her 5 children, and all she could do was sit on the floor with those children and stroke their hair or say, I love you so much, until those children would start to crawl into her lap. She couldn't hold a job. She couldn't put those children in school. They were nowhere near ready for something like that. She just had to establish and to get them to remember how much her love for them was, and how she will keep them safe. She will not leave them. And that's all that mother can do. And Cherish Families comes in and helps her during that time, and then helps get them in school, and helps the mother get in school or get a good solid job. So it's not a handout, but it's a hand up. And it is not someone coming in and saying, you're broken, I need to fix you. But it's people who say, we get it. We know why. You don't have to tell us. And that's why I love Cherish Families so much. And when I became a mayor as a crime victim advocate. So I had all that training behind me. And that's how I was able to stand up for someone that couldn't stand up for themselves. And so I will forever be grateful to Cherish Families. And when I had to flee my own home as a mayor, undercover, because I had barely won the election by 14 votes. They had elected a woman. If they knew that they had elected a single woman, I don't know how well it would have gone. So I didn't let anybody know, but Cherish Families kept it quiet. They never told anybody. They didn't truck me up on stage and sell me, which other people have done. They'll take the FLDS or the people that have left and have them dressed back in the dresses that they used to wear and put them on stage for people to raise money for them, tell them, we'll pay your way to school, or we'll pay for this, and they don't. They just keep the money. And so that's why I am full support of Cherish Families and the work that they do. I apologize, I did not get any of their pamphlets or anything, but I would be glad to leave phone numbers and emails. cherishfamilies.org is their website. There is a video. I wish that's what I would have brought, was that video. It's on YouTube during lunch, if we could, or I'll ask Alina to send it to me, and so everyone can see that. It's a video. It is so traumatizing to me. I cry every time I watch it, because it is the actual employees from Cherish Families that made the video. My children are in it. When it shows a home, it's my home. And they made that. But every single thing they say is something that one of their clients said. None of it's made up, but they don't use any clients. The anonymity, I never can say that word right. It's very sacred that we don't let anybody know who we're helping. Now, they can go tell anybody they want, but Cherish Families will never tell who they're helping so that they can be protected and safe. So Cherished Families, or Cherish, CHERISH Families, FAMILIES.org is their website. And I will try to get that video so we can watch it during lunch. Sound good? Thank you so much for your time. I apologize, I went over by 13 minutes.
So I would say, be kind. We need to be kind to those people that come into our community, and to respect that their story is not always one that they're willing to share. And thank you so much, Donia, for sharing yours. We're going to go to lunch now, and if you and your son would like to join us, we'd love to have the opportunity to have a chance to ask some of those questions, but try to stay on schedule. So, hang on just a second. We'll do grace before we leave. So this is one of my favorite devotional books, and it's one that's on our reading program. It's called Glory Happening. And there's stories from a woman who is a priest, and this is called The World Table. Jessica and Alice knew how to cook, and I knew I'd go crazy letting them do all the food preparation for us in that tiny compound where I found myself taking an afternoon nap every day because I didn't think I could be useful. It was 2009, and we were in Uganda for 2 full months, and at every meal there was an argument. Jessica would pile extra food on my plate. "We need to fatten you up," she'd say with a smile. One day I mustered my courage and met them at the counter in the tiny closet of a kitchen to learn how to peel and prepare. There were shreds of fruit and vegetables everywhere, beautiful colors I'd never seen before, at least not so fresh. Jessica taught me how to cut up a pineapple, to halve and quarter, and to get the meat without wasting any of it. She laughed and clicked her tongue and shook her head at my naivete. Travis and I had only been married a year, and it was time to get past the cooking talents I had so poorly possessed since childhood. pizza rolls, and ramen noodles. It's time to introduce myself to the kitchen, to a world I had not known, to my senses or met with my untrained hands. Jessica and Alice taught me to pit avocados, taught me to grate tomatoes for sauces. Jessica and Alice brought me to the table and taught me what food was for. When we returned home from Uganda at the end of the summer, I vowed to use more fresh vegetables and fruits with our meals, to eat more beans and rice, and always grate whole tomatoes into my pasta. And now, when mangoes are ripe and in season and avocados are piled on the kitchen counter, I look and I see Uganda, and I smell Uganda, and I chop and I grate and I peel again, remembering the journey from little girl who baked pizza rolls to the woman who makes homemade graham crackers and eats herbs fresh from the sill. I grab the old binder that holds so many recipes I received when I first married, when I didn't know the difference between a teaspoon and a tablespoon. I look at the pictures of prepared dishes, at the directions and ingredient lists, and I remember who I was when we first met. Now I throw basil in the food processor, grab some garlic and toss it in. I make pesto without the help of anything, just the way it feels in my hands, just the way it looks at the blade as the blade cuts it into pieces. I never thought I'd be here today with my own bread in our freezer and not a pizza roll in sight. I never thought I'd be here, but the process has carved out something holy in me, in all of it. The table is a sacred place, and everything we do to get there is also holy. Including the hard work of preparations is sustenance, and it's sort of the nucleus that holds us together, that calls us into the center to remember our day and remember our ties with one another. And it all happens as food is spooned into our mouths, as we laugh and engage and embrace each other at the holy hearth of mealtime. After we give thanks for those weathered hands that prepared it, and the memory of women like Alice and Jessica, who so lovingly teach others what it means to work for the honor and the good sustenance. And at this time, I want to thank our hostesses and the ones that have prepared this meal for us. If you'll join me in a prayer. Jesus, I'm convinced that your flesh parts love food just as much as we do today. I imagine you and your mom in the kitchen, making flatbread and eating olives fresh from the yard. I imagine your lips curled into a smile of ease because you knew the safety of that place, the good and holy ground that you stood on. Teach us to remember you, to remember your humanity in our own. Even at the table, even as we chop and sift and crack and pour, may we see your hands guiding ours, just as your spirit guides ours, from here to there and there to here. Hallelujah for the establishment of mealtime and for the good work and the senses that lead us there. Amen. All right, so we will head on over to Fellowship Hall for lunch. We'll start back here again at 12:30, and we'll look forward to more conversation with Donia. Jim went online and found the video that Donia was telling us about, and so if you want to cue that up, Jim, we will show that now.
we had to keep our family secret. We never wanted people to know we were polygamists.
Just the treatment that we got for being a plural family and the suspicion.
Everything we did felt like it was a threat. We couldn't even go to the doctor.
There was a great judging by Warren Jeffs, and there were many really happy, functioning families that were judged unworthy, and they were taken out of the homes and sent away.
This city never stopped crying. All we did for a year was just pack families up and move them out of town.
Everything we owned was really owned by the church.
I was married at age 16. I had to go along with it because this is what God wanted for me.
This for them was their culture. It was their whole belief system. It's everything they've ever known.
You're expected to keep sweet all the time. You didn't talk about what you went through. You just got over it.
My children were not going to be safe.
Someone's coming to get your kids. Do not ask questions. Just let them go.
I stayed in that situation for so long because I had nowhere else to go. Walking out the door was the hardest thing I've ever done. I wanted to get out. I had to get out. They've never spoken to me again.
There was an entire generation of young men that were abandoned.
I dropped my son off on the side of the road, and I didn't know if I'd ever see him again. We just did what we were told.
The first night, it was the hardest. We didn't have anywhere to stay. We didn't have anything to eat. Didn't know what to do.
I had no bank account, no assets, no credit history.
They didn't even have a birth certificate.
Being sent away by themselves when they've been part of these huge families their entire lives. It just, the deep, deep loneliness and the deep despair.
I just wanted to be free.
Cherish Families meets families where they're at.
You can walk through the doors and know that somebody understands your community and what you've been through.
This isn't just for those who are leaving the faith. Our entire family has learned so much from Cherish Families.
There's absolutely no judgment.
They're your advocate, your partner, your champion.
We do crime victims advocacy, legal services, mental health services, basic needs like food, transitional housing, clothing, financial literacy classes, healthy relationships classes, self-protection classes. It's for empowerment, it's for healing, and it's for self-determination.
Cherish Families saved my life.
The love they demonstrated was just absolutely tremendous.
This is such a beautiful culture.
This is true compassion.
They went out of their way so I could come to the back door to get food so I wouldn't be seen.
When I went to court, they were right there beside me.
I never thought I'd graduate, but here I am.
And now I have my own place, my own apartment, my own home. My son is safe.
They gave us backpacks for the kids. They gave us school supplies.
At Christmas, we were given gifts that we could give the children.
They helped me build my resume. I got to sit in on a group counseling session, and it changed my life.
Peel back the years and years of trauma.
It's so powerful to know that you are loved, to know that you are safe, that you're understood, and that your voice matters.
I am so grateful for Cherish Families.
I learned how to laugh again.
I have my life. I have my freedom. And I have my family.
So thank you again so much, Donia, for joining us. And Karen has have you already given her the card? Okay, and so we have a little card with a donation for Cherish Families, and we really appreciate your time here with us today. You guys have a fun afternoon. If, so we have several awards that we would like to give out. So I would like to ask a couple people to come on up here so you're kind of staged. If Robin Ball, Robin Isles, and Sue Yeager would come up. We have some celebrations of activities from our different units. And we'll let the two Robins start and finish up with Sue.
So I'm handing out the 5- and 6-star awards. And just as a reminder what we're talking about, a 5-star unit is a unit that is given in all 5 channels of giving. Can anybody name them? Gift and memory. Special mission recognition. World thank offering. Gift and mission cards. So there are 5, okay? So those units who gave in all 5 areas are Centenary in the Salt Lake area, and Crossroads and Grand Junction. Now, if your unit gave in all 5 areas and you increased your pledge for next year, even if it was $5, then you get a 6-star. So that goes to Ogden First, Montrose, Grand Junction First, Glenwood Springs, Delta, and could you take Cedar Ridge? Of course. Cedar Ridge and Rosa Springs. So try to work with your group and give a little money in each of those areas. It's all undesignated giving, and all goes towards our pledge. So be generous.
Before I give the Mission Today awards out, I just want to social action plug, check. But seriously, this is a crazy important election coming up. There are several states that have reported voter purges. So please, if you're not registered, register. If you are registered, check and make sure that your registration is still valid so that you have time to cure it before November. Okay. Off my soapbox now. So the Mission Today awards that I'm giving out are basically for units that do things like they have response moments in their meetings, they interact with their communities, they tell me about it also so that I can tell you guys about it. That's a lot of the important part of it as well, because kind of like if groups need money and you don't tell them, they can't give you the money. I can't reward people with a certificate if I don't know what you're doing. So in no particular order because they got scrambled, but got Montrose from Montrose, Colorado. Thank you. Community from Pagosa. Oh, shoot. That's how they get scrambled. Yep. Getting down's okay, it's the getting back up. All right, and then Crossroads is me, so I'll take that back to my church. And then Delta. Summit from Durango. I don't think anyone's here from Durango. We'll get that in the mail. First Church from Grand Junction. Glenwood Springs, and we'll mail that one. Our host church, Shepherd of the Hills. Almost. Ogden First. I don't think. All right. And that's all of them that I had record of. Anyone out in Zoom land or here, if I missed you, please talk to me. I went through both of my emails and my snail mail. I was trying very, very hard not to miss anyone, but if I did, please, please let me know. It was not on purpose, honestly. So, thank you.
And I am pleased to present Reading Program Awards. They come in two flavors. First of all, the individuals from each church who have completed Plan 1, 2, 3, or 4, that is 5, 10, 15, or 20 books on the list of endorsed books. And they have to be in all 5 categories, so 4 in each book for those who read 20. And I hope I pronounce your names correctly. I'm just going, and then the second part is the awards for the small church, the medium church, and the large church with the best percentage of members who have read the books. So first of all, from Delta, we have, and you can follow along on page 28 if you don't trust me. For Plan 1, we have Sue Hughes and Carol Phelps. I don't know that Sue is here. Carol, and we'll trust you to take the rest of these, please. But here's for Carol. And from Plan 2, from Delta, are Tracy Collins and Pat Lukert. And from Glenwood Springs, we have 8 readers. I think they had the most. Plan 1 was Chris Bakich, Myra Bone, Betty Good, and Laurel Williams. Plan 2 readers were Molly Hoey and Elizabeth Pruitt. And Plan 4 reader was Jamie Darien. I don't know that any are here. We will mail them. From First Grand Junction, Plan 1, we have Karen Goucher, who is not here. Ellie Young, who who has been Zooming us today, Pam Bursch, and let's see, Ellie is Plan 2, and Plan 4 is Pam plus Glenna Kiker Brayton, also known as Brayton. Would you like to? No? Okay. Janine Stanford and myself. And from Montrose, we have Plan 1, Kay Kaulisha. Is that how I pronounce that close? Okay, Kaulisha. Annie Hauk, Linda Pavlich, Sharon Hayes. Whoops, that was level 1. And the level 4, Plan 4, are Sharon Hayes and Connie Pittenger. And from Pagosa Springs, we also have a bunch of readers. And Plan 1 are Barbara Draper and Barbara Elges. Lorraine Hesselback, I know you're here, or she was. Would you like to come up for this? Plan 2 is Linda Holt. And Plan 3 are Robin Ball and Laura Lunsford. You can take it all. And thank you. From Paonia this year, we have 2 readers. From Plan 1 was Myrna Westerman, and Plan 4 was Libby Shovasa, whose church in Hotchkiss has disaffiliated, and so she has joined with the Paonia group. And that's that one. And last but not least, our hostesses, and we have Plan 1 readers, Susan Javery. I know you were here, Susan. Harvey Jean, are you here today? Okay, good. And then level 3 is Karen Cole. We had an 8th church report, but that was a report that they had no readers that year. So we thank the 7 active groups who engaged in this program, and they happened to hit all 3 levels of small, medium, and large sized units. And so Paonia being the one and only small church, they will receive a $20 check for purchase of more books. And we have plaques that get passed around year to year. I'm still trying to locate the small unit plaque, and it needs updating. They all 3 need updating because they all say UMW on it. So we are refraining from passing out the plaques until we get them updated, but the checks are here, and Paonia people, it will be in the mail Monday. And the medium-sized, so small is 20 members and fewer. Medium units are 21 to 45 in number. And that award this year goes to Glenwood Springs, UWF. And the large unit consists of 2 great churches, First UMC in Grand Junction and Montrose United Methodist Church. And Grand Junction has eked out the greater percentage of readers, and so they will receive $20 also. Any questions or comments? And if I've forgotten anybody, please get in touch.
Quick plug for book discussion group.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you want to give a quick plug about the book discussion?
Oh, yes, I'd love to give a quick plug for the book, the monthly book discussion of the district, since I am the one who is hosting that for a couple of years. We meet usually the second Thursday of the month, except for this month and next month, when we have this meeting this month and the conference meeting next month, the second weekend. So we've moved it to the first Thursday. Our book next time is I'm Black, I'm Christian, I'm Methodist. And we encourage you to read about our clergy and laity of color and the struggles they have had, and the fact that they, for the most part, are true to the United Methodist Church. And it's an hour-long meeting, it's a discussion, and we have a person who leads the session, asks questions. We try to spend a lot of time discussing rather than just biting our nails. And we'd love to have you join us. It's on Zoom. And what else do I need to say, except we hope you'll join us because we have a good time. Yes, Amy? The link is in the monthly Chronicles, yes. I was thinking Beacon, but that's the conference. So it always comes out at least the Sunday before. Elisa puts that out a couple times for us, and just scroll down, and under my name and my appointed spot for reading program, it has the link. And so all you have to do is click that on just before 7 o'clock on the second Thursday. And if you've got a Zoom in your computer, you'll be all set. Thank you very much.
And thank you to all the units and your activities and the things that you are doing. Certainly.
No, it's up there. I didn't get it back.
This has been such a special time for me and such a special place. First time I came to St. George was, I don't know how many years ago, decades. And I didn't know there was I just assumed everybody here was LDS. I didn't know. And I met Karen, heard about her, and I got excited about the possibility of having a meeting here. And bless her heart, y'all know what that means in Texas. It's not the same thing up here in Utah. But we have a presentation for you from the group, Karen and Mary Lynn. Now, these are tiny dream catchers to be put in your tiny camper. And thank you. Thank you. And we also have some for sale in our circle.
All right, well, we are going to continue on. Our next speaker is Samantha Wilson with Root for Kids, which is right next door. I think we should all go for a field trip at some point at the end of the program this afternoon. And I won't give the rest of it away, Samantha, because otherwise you wouldn't have anything to say, so come on up.
So my name is Samantha, and I had my marketing person put together a few slides for me because we offer a lot of different services. And a lot of times when I talk to people, like in this kind of setting, I've been there since 2014, so I know the business, I know what we do, what we provide, but sometimes I get a little nervous and stage fright, and then I leave and I'm like, oh, I forgot to talk about X, Y, and Z. So, so I have a few bullet points to view and bounce back off of. But so yeah, I started back in 2014, and I was just, you know, a young girl that I was very passionate about children and child development. I was going to school for child development. I knew that's just what I wanted to do with my life, was do something with children. And as I was getting my degree in that, I found the Learning Center for Families, is what it was called at the time. So we share a parking lot together, for those of you that don't know. And we, a few years ago, had a name change to Root for Kids, and we are formerly known as the Learning Center for Family. But we provide all the same services that we did before. So this is our new logo that you would see around town, and we have these pamphlets. You have one of them in the, where we just ate lunch, I saw on your bulletin board. So anyways, I started off as a sibling care provider, and this was pre-COVID. And so back then, we offered, you know, different classes, parenting classes. We offered kinder music classes and things like that. I was the sibling care provider. So basically, we wanted to try to just have the child that was in that class with the parent, and they could focus on the lesson being done. And then I was watching the siblings of said child in another room, and it was kind of like a daycare setting. So we had an outside playground, an indoor one, and I would read to them and play different games. And that was just very part-time. I was probably doing that 10 to 15 hours a week as I was going to school. And then I picked up a few more hours helping out by toy sanitation and things like that, keep the building clean and safe for the kiddos. So eventually in 2016, they started a new program called the Parents as Teachers program. And so that's what I was doing for several years. And we follow a curriculum that is parent-led. So I would be going into families' homes and providing diapers, wipes, food pantry, and connecting them to resources out in the community that they might need. And what I liked about that program was that we start from prenatal and follow them all the way up to age 5. And at that age, they're soaking in everything up like a sponge. And it's never too early to learn, right? So we start prenatal, like we start when they are in the belly still. And I love it. And we're there to support the parents and help them along their journey. So we'll go ahead and start with some slides and then, okay. So we just opened up to Iron County. We have expanded. We were just doing the Washington County area, and we just opened up to Iron County as well. We have new home visitors. We're accepting more families. So it's really exciting. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are the different programs that we offer. So we have an early Head Start team, and that's going to be ages 3 to 5. We work on kindergarten readiness in that program. We have our Parents as Teachers program. That's the one that I was doing for several years. And it's home-based, the curriculum that we follow, and that's prenatal all the way up to age 5. And then we have our Music and Play Studio, which is our kinder music program. And we just opened up a kinder musicians program as well. So my 6-year-old daughter, she actually attends that. It's 5 to 7-year-olds, and they just learn so many fun things. So she actually she was born premature, and a lot of babies born premature can suffer from anxiety or depression and things like that. I didn't know that. So that was something that I learned when she started having panic attacks, and I didn't know what that was about. And I knew that I didn't want to medicate for things like that if I didn't have to. I wanted to find natural remedies. And we have found through music and play, I don't know the last time she had a panic attack was probably 8 months ago. So that was really exciting because they were happening a couple times a week. But they learn how to play the glockenspiel and the recorder. and they learn how to read music notes and even compose their own songs. So it's really exciting. Yeah, and then the toddlers and infants before kinder musicians class, it's with parents and the child together, and they learn different songs and dances, and they learn about their emotions and how to express it in a healthier way. My 3-year-old son has dived right into being 3, and you know, a lot of you who have had children know how hard 3-year-olds can be. He has very big feelings. He wears his heart on his sleeve right now. So music has been a very good release for him. So I love that program. I've really seen him learn different breathing techniques and things like that. So, oh, my slide disappeared. Oh, it's okay. I'm rambling. There's so much to say about each thing. So our early intervention team, so that is the program that is for your special needs children. So a lot of people, they think of Root for Kids and they think, oh, well, I wouldn't qualify to go there. That's not true. Your child does not have to be delayed to be a part of the program. You do not have to be, you know, poor or without to be a part of the program. Okay, it is for all the families in the Washington County area or the Iron County area that they just want community support. That's all. So your child does not have to be on the spectrum or anything like that. We're just a phone call away. You call us, you say, hey, I already have a few children. I make enough to get by, but I'm getting ready to have my 5th, and this one just feels a little different, and I feel like I need some support. That's what it's there for. So it's great. But early intervention is for the children that have some kind of delay, some kind of red flag, that we are getting it early on and giving the parents the tools that they need and guiding them through that process on how to help their child. And then we have Caterpillar Clubhouse. That is essentially a daycare, but we have a curriculum we follow, and it is an early intervention, early Head Start daycare program. So they are learning and playing all throughout the day. And my son actually just graduated that program, and it was phenomenal for him. I was trying to teach him to count to 5 the other day, and I had no idea he already knows how to count to 15. So I was blown away. It was exciting. Okay, next slide. No, you're fine. Okay, so early Head Start. So we love our pregnant mommies, and we want to give all the parents that early Head Start, right? It's never too early to learn. And we have a nurses program. So we actually have a head chief nurse on our site. And she has nurses under her, and they go and do home visits. They go and they want to make sure everyone is getting the prenatal care that they need. They are making sure that they all are making it to their prenatal care appointments with their physicians. So some of them might need someone to translate for them. So we have bilingual nurses and help the mothers that don't speak English, or anyone who doesn't have a car and they need transportation. We have nurses that transport as well to make sure that they're getting to their doctor's appointments. Next slide. Okay, so basically what we do in a nutshell is we conduct child development assessments in the home. There's health screeners, there's developmental screeners, and we track the milestones from prenatal all the way up to age 5. If any red flags occur, we address it right on as it's happening. That way, you know, if there is some kind of delay, we can just get a child caught up quickly. Next slide. Okay, so these are the different services that we provide. So we do the home visits, we provide parent activities, and like I said, what I love about the parent activities is that everything's parent-led. So the parent is the #1 teacher. So we are never coming in the home and we're the teacher. You're the teacher, right? Okay, mommy is gonna sit on the floor with you and she's gonna do this activity with you. Okay, Billy, you know, and and we want the parent to know, okay, you're in charge. So I really like that, and I'll explain later why I have a much more understanding for that now, because eventually I became a parent in the program too. So next slide. Okay, so we provide a monthly food pantry. People don't have to have that. Some people may feel weird about that, especially if they, are able to buy their own food and stuff. Some of them, no, I don't need that. So they can opt out of it. But we do provide a monthly food pantry, and we bring that to the home visits. And it's just some necessities that they could use. We provide diapers. Recently, we just started having a few moms come and let us know that they don't want the diapers because they're wanting to go green. They're wanting a cloth diaper, which I love because I cloth diapered both of my babies. I don't know if any of you ladies did, but if you did, then you know the reasons why. So many benefits. Also, I just can't afford diapers every month, right? And a lot of people can't. So I was really happy about this. I put a post on Just Serve. Hey, we have a few moms that are wanting to cloth diaper, if you have any old ones or new ones, or if you sew. And this community is amazing. I had about 5 women since I made that post drop off diapers that have either been lightly used or they're brand new or they sewed them themselves. And I just thought that was amazing. We work on school readiness, and then we do quarterly dental clinics. So every quarter, our nurses hold a little health fair. And it's an open house all day, essentially, for a couple of days in a row. Families can come in at a convenient time to them, get their car seats checked. If their car seats are not up to date, they're expired, or they don't know how to properly install it, the nurses help them with that. If it's deemed that their car seat is not quite appropriate like they thought it is, they give them a new one for free. So that's exciting. They have the dental students come out and they do dental checkups with the youth and send them with a little care package home. And then they do vision and hearing screeners as well on those days. So that's awesome. And then we have parenting education classes as well. And so that's not us saying, oh, this is how you need to parent. That's more of like, it's almost like a play group for parents. They can kind of connect with each other, meet other parents, ask each other questions. Okay, how do you handle, when your child's having a temper tantrum and things like that? And then we have the nurses there, and they guide the parents through conversation, and they help them with getting CPR certified, talk about health, nutrition, and things like that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so our pregnant women services. So all our nurses will tell you how much they love the pregnant women. Anytime they see a pregnant woman, they just want to tell them all about Root for Kids and what we do, because if we can start when you're pregnant, the earlier the better, and it's amazing. And a lot of people don't realize that our services are free, and so they just don't even call us or look into it. They think it's something that they have to pay for. Next slide. Okay, so there are health requirements that we have to reach. So we have to make sure our families are getting the care that they need. If they don't have insurance, we're helping them connect to that. We work alongside Department of Workforce Services, so we can help families connect to jobs that they may need, or apartments that they need to find, or doctors that they need to find, in healthcare and other services like that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we have activities and leadership opportunities. We hold play groups. So pre-COVID, we used to have them just on our site all the time. We have the playgrounds in the back, and we used to, cook the families meals, and then they would brush their teeth there, wash their hands, and just all kinds of fun different things. COVID kind of changed a lot of things, and some things we were able to bring back and some things we weren't. But we do now have family unity events. And then we have fatherhood activities, we have parent nights, and then we have policy council. So policy council is parents can get involved, just like you would if your child's going to school and you join the school board. So it's kind of like that, and they can vote on things, they can advocate for certain things that they would like to see the program do and help their child succeed more. Next slide. Okay, early intervention. And isn't he so cute? I just love this picture. It makes me smile. Okay, so next slide, we'll dive into what early intervention does. So the program, the purpose of this program is to train and assist the parents and the caregivers, and to meet the needs of the family to enhance their child's development, connect with the parents, and we're trying to reduce and eliminate the need for special education services. A lot of these children can thrive and live a very normal life, and a lot of them haven't been given the chance. A lot of times people see a child with special needs and assume, you know, oh, they're gonna have to live with their family forever. That's not always the case. In severe cases, yes, but there are a lot of children that are very capable, so we wanna help them thrive and succeed in life. Next slide. Okay, so we work along with the Department of Economic Security and the Department of Health and Human Services. And these are the things that we need to help families do to have eligibility for health services through us. Next slide. Okay, so there's no wait list. If that phone rings, there is someone answering the phone. If they're not at that desk, they are returning that phone call. They have 30 days to meet up with that person and get an evaluation started. And they have 90 days to have everything processed and start with family visits. There's no wait lists. So, next slide. Okay, and there's no cost. That's the beautiful thing. The only reason why there would be a cost if someone made, you know, a lot of money and their child did not have any risk factors, but they just really wanted to be a part of the program. So there would just be a sliding scale for them. The least amount that they would pay would be $50 a month, and the most that they would ever have to pay would be $200, and that just really depends on what that is. Now, I honestly haven't even met a family who's had to do that. I didn't have to do that myself. I thought I was gonna have to pay something, but it was free. So, next slide. Okay, so she's still working on this slide. There's supposed to be a photo so you can see the faces of all the nurses. So we'll just skip that slide, but we have 6 nurses in our building. Okay, so we have the services that are offered through the nurses are assistive technology, audiology, family training, health services, medical services, the nursing services, nutrition services, and transportation. We have an occupational therapy team, which my son had an occupational therapist, and we have a psychology services, vision checks, special instruction, physical therapy, social work, and so on. So I'll talk a little bit about my son and kind of what went on with him. So, and I get emotional, so just bear with me, but you have to understand, so I started back in 2014, loving the program and what we do. And I knew that what we were doing was amazing, but I didn't have, you know, anything pulling on my heartstrings for it. My son, he was not doing anything that he should have been doing. Boys are very loud and wild and rambunctious, right? You know, they're supposed to run around, scrape their knees. He wasn't talking like he should. He was almost 2, and he still hadn't started walking around or crawling or talking much. I knew that that was a red flag, and I kept telling my husband, you know, we have to get him evaluated. And I think that it was really hard for him. I think it's hard for most dads. You know, you finally get that son, and you're like, oh, no, he's fine. He's just being lazy. You know, that's what he was saying. No, honey, there's something wrong here, and we need to get him checked out. And so I was very adamant about it. And I sent an email to my boss, and I said, I need someone to come to my house and do a screener on Briar. Something's really wrong with him. And so they came out, and sure enough, his gross motor was only in the 1 percentile, right? He was nowhere near where he should have been. And I think, you know, as a mother, you start to be like, oh, what did I do wrong? Like, should I have been doing more tummy time? Or like, you know, what did I do? And I felt like I was doing all those things all the time. But it was so surreal for me to be going into other people's homes all the time, and they would have a similar story to mine. And I would just be there to support them, and I would connect them to the resource that they need. and I was doing my job. But then someone that I know and work with was coming to my house and connecting me to a resource. And I was just so beside myself. And I thought, oh my gosh, they probably think I'm a horrible mom because my son is so behind. And, you know, and it wasn't anything like that. I just got the love and support I needed. They evaluated him. They said, yes, there's concerns. Let's get him into physical therapy. Once we got him up and going, we discovered that he needed braces for his feet. His braces were out and up, or his feet were out and up like this. His pinky toes were off the ground. And he was kind of walking like, you know, and he was tripping and falling a lot. And I'm like, well, that doesn't look right either. Like he's up and going, but that doesn't look right. So they came back out to my house and they said, okay, this is what's going on and he needs braces. And so we got him braces. And then once we got him talking more, we realized his receptive language was behind and his expressive language was really advanced, which is a sign, it's a red flag for autism. And so then that was another concern that we had. And he eventually found out he wasn't on the spectrum. He just had a little bit of a delay in speech. So he had a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, because he had so many big emotions, which we found out, well, okay, he's frustrated because he's not able to get his point across. So can you imagine trying to talk to someone and you just don't have the words and they have no idea what you're talking about and you need them to get you a cup of water or something and you're playing a guessing game back and forth and they're just getting angrier and angrier because you don't know that they just want a cup of water. So that's kind of where my son was at. And so he had a whole team behind him and for almost 2 years. And at the end of it all, they said, can you pay $50? Yes, I can pay $50. I can pay that right now. Absolutely. I mean, the braces, the physical therapy, everything. And what I loved also is some people get confused. If you don't know who we are and what we do, and we come to your home and we're putting you in charge, we're not the teacher, you're the teacher. And we're giving you all the tools. That might be confusing for some people. Well, I thought they were coming here to help me. Well, yes, we're putting the power in your hands. And I thought it was really cool that they taught me how to teach my son speech therapy. They taught me how to be his physical therapist, and I was the teacher. And they came to my house twice a month for an hour, and I worked with my son on everything that they told me to do myself every day. And now, today, I mean, he can talk back to you. He can be sassy. He can have opinions about things. He can run and climb and hop and do all the things I imagined, you know, having a little son would be like. And so just the transformation and that I was empowered as the parent, I think is just so amazing. So next slide. Okay, so these are our service examples. We have a child's natural development home community, our caregiving coaching, and our routine-based interventions. So that's for an individual or a group. So we had an intervention because he had delays. So that's what the intervention is. If when the team has to get behind you and kind of help with all these other little things that they might be delayed on. Next slide. So this is our Parents as Teachers program. This one is near and dear to my heart because that's the program I worked in. Next slide. So the program's the purpose of this program, and you can read it for yourself, but I just like to talk for myself. We go into the homes, we do evaluations, we get down on the ground with the child and the mother or the father or whoever it may be, and we play. We play hard, we play loud, we get creative, we think, and the curriculum that we follow is so beautiful. So, for example, we'll bring a little activity to their house. Maybe we're gonna work on puppets that day. Maybe it's a child that can't communicate that well, so we're gonna play with puppets today. But I'm not bringing a puppet that's already made. I'm bringing a little bag that has socks in it and Google eyes and other things that we can decorate this puppet. And you and your mom are gonna put this puppet together, and then we're gonna role play and have some fun. So that's kind of what our volunteers do when they come to the centers. They get ready to go bags for us. It saves the home visitors time. They're running around everywhere. It takes them a long time to plan their lessons, and they put their whole heart and soul into it. And then they're looking at the time, oh man, I'm supposed to bring a puppet. Oh, I'm just gonna go to the store. Cool, there's a ready to go bag, and now I'm heading out the door. And it's been a beautiful thing. So we have some groups come in and put things like that together. That's just one example. But we have so many things going on that are fun to put together for an individual or a group. Next slide. So these are the program components. So we go into the homes, we build group connections, we do a financial literacy. So we actually work with the parents. In this program, we work with the parents on their budgeting and help them get on track to where they want to be financially. We set goals together, and we talk about different ways that they can save money and not be spending so much. And we set goals and get ready for school readiness. Next slide. So this is kind of what a home visit looks like. So you can see in the pictures, they're down on the floor playing. The home visitor is there with the parents, but they're kind of just sitting there behind the scenes, and the parents are doing everything with the child. Next slide. So these are the home visit components. So we have our parent and child interaction. That is the most important part on a visit. Now, I have been to a visit before a few years ago. There was one family I would go and visit, and I had to work really hard with that family and try to make it fun for the mom to get involved. Because I would show up and she'd say, oh, your teacher is here, and she would go and disappear to do laundry. I'd say, no, you're gonna come back out here and we're all gonna play together. That's what we're gonna do. Your mom's gonna read this book to you that I brought. And so you kind of just have to, put the ball back in the pit. Some parents are shy. Sometimes it's hard for them. So next slide. And then we work on group connections. So the family support specialist supports the family and their well-being. And we meet the family where they're at, and then we guide them on their journey. Next slide. So these are community resource connections that we have. We have a lot of community partners that we collaborate with for different events and things like that. They support us, we support them. We kind of bounce back off of each other with ideas. But these are connections that we set the families up with often. So sometimes you have domestic violence going on, you're gonna connect that mother or the father to the Dove Center. Now the Dove Center is not just for women. By the way, it is for men too. Men are also victims of abuse. We have the Department of Workforce Services to help them find jobs or childcare. We have family health care services. If any of you don't know about them, they basically do a sliding scale and or for free services. It's just really about your income, but anyone can go in there. You don't have insurance, and they will connect you to the health care that you need and then charge you based off of certain criteria. And then we work with SwitchPoint, a lot for housing, and then 211. Okay, next slide. Okay, Caterpillar Clubhouse. So this one is really fun. We do a lot of, you can go to the next slide. So Caterpillar Clubhouse is a daycare essentially, but I have worked in a daycare setting before, and I really don't think of it as daycare. It's school. It's just little school for little people, and they do arts and crafts, and they learn, and they teach the kids so many things all day long. They have a parent app. They communicate with the parents all day, send them photos, talk to them about what they're working on, and they send homework home too. So I would get emails that have little videos I could watch and little homework assignments I could do, with my 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old now, and just everything would be age appropriate, like different ways I could teach him how to talk and count and colors and things like that. Next slide. Okay, so this one also makes me emotional. This is our Bloom and Grow. It is a teen support group. So we do get a lot of pregnant teens, right? There's a lot of pregnant teens out in the world. A lot of parents don't support their teens when that happens. Some teenagers get kicked out on the streets, have nowhere to go. They get put into the foster care program. It could be a really hard time. So they're already pregnant. What's done is done, and they need love, support, and guidance. So this is a group for those teens, those young parents who are deciding, I'm going to keep my child, and I just need, I need support. So we have the nurses that hold a support group for them. They get to meet with a therapist. They get CPR certified. They do cooking classes, baby infant massage classes, nursing classes. We have a nursing practitioner that comes and teaches them how to get their baby latched on. So I did serve a teenage mother several years ago, and I remember thinking, wow, she's so smart. She has such a great head on her shoulders. I know a lot of adults and I know a lot of children, and she was very mature for her age and just ready to do this. And so to me, her age wasn't too much of a factor or anything I was judging her about. But her baby came out very early, very premature. She was only 1.5 pounds. And I remember going to the NICU with her to do visits there for a few months, about 5 months. She was in the NICU, trying to gain more weight and things like that. And I could not believe my eyes. There were nurses that would come in and be very rude and snappy with her, belittle her, talk down to her, and she would cry a lot in there. And she felt very judged and very alone. And I thought, this isn't right. She's a child, and we're the adults. But she's also a child who's a mother now, and there needs to be a certain amount of respect shown. And so we really wanted to come up with some kind of group where they could meet other teenagers like them and build their own little community. So we do play groups with them. There's dads that go, the teen dads that are involved in there. We even have a couple of teen dads that are single dads, And that doesn't get talked about a lot. It doesn't just happen to the girls, right? So I love this group. We have a great nurses program. Next slide. Okay, so these are the different ways that you can get involved with us. So we are currently getting ready for our glow-in-the-dark golf tournament that's coming up in October. That one's so fun. All our different events kind of hold a different purpose behind them. So like our Secret Garden Gala, that is one where we get a lot of sponsorships, a lot of donations. People are there for the children. They want to just donate whatever they can. So that's where we get a lot of our funding. And then the glow-in-the-dark tournament is we basically almost break even at that event, but that one's not all about the money. That one's about building connections out in the community. So we may end up meeting 5 different businesses that we didn't have a relationship with before, and they learn about us and who we are, and they come out and play in the golf tournament with us. And then we end up having a great time building a connection, and then they just keep supporting the program. It's a fun way to get together. I'm not a golfer. I'm not good at it by any means. I'll be in the parking lot checking volunteers in and out. I won't be playing, but it's a fun one. And then we have our holiday radiothon. That one I love. We have Santa Claus comes. We invite the families to come out, get a picture with Santa. We have hot cocoa, candy canes. And then I'm upstairs with volunteers, and we work on different curriculum projects to put together for the home visits. And then outside, we have volunteers that collect change from cars going by or diapers. It's essentially a diaper drive, but some people, they're like, well, I don't have money to go buy diapers, but I can come in and volunteer with you. Okay, great. And the radio comes where it's an all-day radio-thon, and we get to talk to the community about who we are and what we do. But I love Santa Claus being there because it brings a lot of people out. And then last year we had 5 people that they were just driving by and saw people waving at cars, didn't know what it was, pulled in. What is this place? We told them who we were and what we do. Oh, well, I don't have any diapers with me, but can I just write you a check? Yes, yeah, that would be great. We'll buy diapers with it, because as you know, diapers are expensive, they go fast, and so we're constantly buying diapers and giving them out to our families. And then we have our alumni activities. That's so fun. So that is just an activity for the families. It's not a fundraiser. They all get to come out. Anyone who's ever been a part of the program, a child in the program, a parent in the program, they get to come out. It's like one big giant reunion, and we have arts and crafts and different learning vendors there for the families. You can donate items like books, diapers, snacks, supplies. All of it goes to the families. We have a QR code. If you go to our site online, there is an Amazon wish list there that some people like to shop off that, or they just like to look at the list and then buy their own stuff based off of that. And either way is perfect. So yeah, I just love the program so much. And most of us are known by the Learning Center for Families, and that's what it was for years and years and years with Debbie Justice. Donia and I actually worked together, and she would come. She was one of our lactation nurses at the time, and she's just so amazing. I remember her coming to some home visits with me because I'm not a nurse, and I had some mothers that had questions trying to get their baby latched on, and she would come and she would show them what to do, and she was just so great. And now she's the mayor, and she's just so awesome, but I just love her so much. And it's funny because I worked with her for years, but now I see her and I get starstruck, so she's just great. But yeah, so now it's Root for Kids, but it's just that building, we share a parking lot. So I know you guys probably see kids coming in and out sometimes, and that's where we're at, and that's who we are and what we do. And if you ever get a chance to, I didn't have a video prepared because this was just made, but there is a video on our site online at rootforkids.org, and our CEO, Suzanne, shares a video, and it kind of just breaks down. It's like a 15-minute video, and there's a family that shares their own story as well, and it's a tearjerker, so if you watch it, just make sure you have tissues ready. But thank you so much. I did bring a little handout for everyone, so I'll just pass that by before I take off. And thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. You've set this up.
Wow, what a bunch of wonderful people. And I'm sure you guys wander next door occasionally and take diapers over and do things like that. And thank you so much, Samantha. We're gonna keep moving right along. And our next speaker is Cheri Bambrough. Cheri, are you here? Do we have Cheri? Nope. Okay. Cheri is with Youth Futures, and I guess we will do something else. Hang on. Let me see what we can do while we're waiting to see if she shows up. No text or anything? We'll give Karen a second here to see if she can connect with her and see if there's been a delay for some reason or other. Sure, yeah, why don't you come up, we'll do our drawing while Karen's checking things out.
Emily D. Okay, we're going to make it. Not here if you can't have. Let's be pretty. the anchor.
You just won the drawing. All right, well, we will go ahead and move our cutting up, and we'll see if we can connect with Cheri or not. So we're going to do our breakout session. So we've got about a half an hour for breakout session, and we'll also include a break so that you have options. So over in Fellowship Hall, Karen is, oh, okay. Room 7 on this side, okay. And there you're going to be helping Karen to cut out dresses for the Dress a Girl Around the World program. Your other option is I'm going to be leading a group here in the sanctuary, and we're going to watch a very short, I wasn't really quite, let's be honest, I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do. So I said, we're going to watch a video. Well, turns out our video is only like 4 minutes long. So we're going to see a video from McCurdy Ministries, which is one of the national mission programs down in Espanola, New Mexico, so just outside our conference area. And after we see that video, we're going to have a discussion about reinventing ourselves. McCurdy Ministries was a boarding school. It was started as a school. It was the only school in the Espanola Valley at the time that it was established, and it became a boarding school. So they have this huge campus with all these buildings. Well, over the years, you know, public schools came in, everything was developed, and the need for boarding situations was decreased. And they eventually reinvented themselves, and they are now the McCurdy Community Center. And they're repurposing all these buildings that they have on this campus for various community purposes. The other National Mission Institute that we have the one that we have in our district is Crossroads Community Center in Salt Lake City. And this again has reinvented itself. It was originally a home for deaconesses. So deaconesses at that point in time were always single, and they lived in this group facility as they went out into the world and did their deacon work. And again, the need for that diminished, and we had the property and the building, and we said, what does the community need? So we're going to watch a short video, but then we're going to have some discussion about those groups and how they re-envisioned themselves. And then I think we're going to have some discussion about what's going on in your group and what is still serving its purpose and maybe what isn't serving its purpose. And are there things that we need to be doing to prepare for the next generation? So it is 1:49, so let's plan to be back here. I guess some of that will depend, Karen, on whether you hear anything. Unless we... Right. Right. So unless you hear otherwise, we will meet back here at 2:45, okay? If we find out that Cheri can come over, we may come and grab you and have you come back over sooner, okay?
Before, make sure you put your chocolate name badge in the little basket. Don't leave early.
Don't leave
Don't leave early. Don't leave early, but if anybody sneaks out or if you leave, stay the whole time, don't forget.
Okay.
Watch those, for that.
Is this the group that's staying? All right, wonderful. Glad to have you all and glad to have our ladies that are on Zoom. After we show the video, Jim, if it's possible to show the Zoom ladies up there, is that possible? Do you know? Okay, all right. So this is a short video about McCurdy Ministries in Espanola. Oh, the person who put together the video? So as I mentioned earlier, McCurdy was a boarding school primarily for Hispanic children that live in the Espanola Valley, and they decided to reinvent themselves. Yes, Glenna, you have a... Oh, you're waving at people on Zoom. Hi. Yes, we're glad to see you. And this is a very large campus. And so when they decided that the needs had changed, they were going to not provide boarding facilities anymore. They had all these buildings that they needed to decide what they were going to do. Were they just going to disband? Were they, and they were a part of the United Methodist Women's National Mission Programs. And so when they made that decision, we said, we still need to be serving youth and children and women in the community. Whatever it is that we do, we need to be serving that purpose. And what were some of the things you noticed in the video? There were several statistics in there. What were some of the statistics that you noticed? And Zoom people, you can chime in here too. Did anyone notice any statistics? that's struck you as we were watching the video? The drug problem, right. Espanola Valley does have, or did have one of the very highest heroin addiction situations, yes. So that's one. What else did you notice? Right, 25% below the poverty level. Oh, it was 28% was below? Okay. Low education levels, yep.
Huge amount of education, they're not going to be able to get jobs to be able to pull themselves out of poverty.
Right, so.
Sorry, I didn't use the microphone, I'm bad.
And I'm not sure it's turned on. Doesn't seem to be.
Now it is.
Now it is, okay. So yes, there's a connection between the poverty line and people's ability to get jobs, and then education, and it's all intertwined. You want to pass around?
I'll
Yeah.
be the passer.
Okay. 3 of the women from my unit went down to McCurdy a month or so ago and met with the director there. One of the statistics that was not in this video that she mentioned that I found shocking, I guess, is that 60% of the children in the Espanola Valley are not living with their biological parents. Most of them are living with either grandparents or aunts and uncles. And she calls it a lost generation, and primarily due to the drug problems. And she said that when she started, she's a relatively new director, just started a little over a year ago, there was basically no human services, no foster care program in the county. And so these children were just basically abandoned with whoever would take them, and in most part, that being grandparents. So she looked at that and she said, you know, what are the needs in this community? They already had created a charter school, so they had actually taken a good portion of the property that was originally the McCurdy school and had cut off a section and given it to a charter school program. And so that's going on, and that's a day school program that supports children in the community. So there's that. They had already started, one of the things they mentioned in the video was Project Carino, which is a, Carino.
It's wonderful.
Right, and that is a counseling program, and again, focusing frequently on addiction challenges, but also with children in terms of the trauma or the things that they're going through in terms of mental health. She found out about a program that was actually run out of Albuquerque, which is 80 miles down the road, and it was called the 505 Locker. Now, 505 is the area code for New Mexico, so that's where the name came from, so that's the significance of it. And the 505 Locker is a program where children can come in and get clothing, school supplies, toys, books, a wide variety of things, and those children are referred to the 505 Locker from a variety of sources, from the school system, from social services, interactions with law enforcement, that there's a need. And so what we did was we went down and we helped to, it's basically a free thrift store for their clients. And we went down there and we sorted and I dressed Barbie dolls. There was a big stack of Barbie dolls, but they didn't have clothes on them. And so I got to dress the Barbie dolls. I go back to my childhood. And we helped to organize things and get them ready. So this was a brand new program that McCurdy was instituting under the umbrella of this group out of Albuquerque. And their first month that they opened up the locker. So they're opening the locker 1 week out of the month, and they had 125 children come through that first month that they did it. So a really nice program. So what I wanted to get to is McCurdy saw that the needs of the community were changing, and that they needed to change to meet those new needs. And so they have been in a process of reinventing themselves and redefining how it is that they're going to support and be a part of the community. The other organization that we have is Crossroads, and Crossroads was a deaconess's home. And Crossroads does a wide variety of things. The actual original deaconess home is now a food pantry and a point of, forgetting the word, it's where people come in to chat and talk about what their needs are. And Crossroads does a lot more than just a food pantry, but that's what's actually in the Deaconess building. So here again, they've decided that the needs have changed and that they're going to reevaluate themselves. So I wanted to ask the question to you all as to, in your mission, in your community, have you seen changes, and are there things that you're doing differently than you did, say, 20 years ago, where you're meeting new or different needs? Do you know what the definition of insanity is? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And I think that's the place where we find ourselves sometimes. We keep doing the same thing over and over, but we're not getting different results. Is there anything new that your unit has done in the past couple of years? Sue.
I might as well start us off a little bit. Can you hear me okay? Okay, because my hearing aids are funny. I think Grand Junction is doing a good job of improving their food banks. We have a couple of very active ones. Well, we have the wholesale source where other places can buy food, and so then we have a community food bank where they actually reach the people. And I think we have a couple good things, a couple good diaper depot things, including the one at our church. I think one of our sorest points, of course, is the unhoused. And this last year, they've moved the unhoused from 3 different parks and drastically changed the function of the parks. It's very likely that they did it just because they didn't want the unhoused back. At least it's really what it looks like. And so now they have a facility. It will have been in use for a year, starting in January. And it's available only for 2 years, and they're already starting to say, what are we going to do with these unhoused? And this place is really nice because it brings the centers that these people need to talk to. It brings people from the various, it's not companies, nonprofits, the organizations that help people. But we don't seem to have any direction, and nobody has come forth with anything else. And of course, our housing boom is for the higher end apartments and the $700,000 and up homes. And if anybody has any idea how we can light the fire to, and our Catholic outreach, our Catholic Church does a very nice job. They've already got 2 places for the unhoused, and they're building a 3rd. So that's the good news, and Catholic Outreach does a wonderful soup kitchen daily. But we need to get together and we need to find some other answers. And that's a start. Who else?
Okay, looks like Glenna's got something. She's coming your way.
One of the things that I found out when I was working with the, quote, unhoused and working with inmates in prisons, jails and prisons, is that some of them don't want to be housed. And they have their psychological deficits, their emotional deficits that won't let them do that. So I think it's more than just housing that's needed. I don't have any idea what's going on, if people are, or if there are agencies any place. Do y'all know?
Well, certainly, you know, the statistics show that more than half of the people that are unhoused do have some sort of mental deficit that needs to be addressed. And so certainly what you're saying is very true, that the need to get them services to help whatever that medical condition is real important.
I'm honored to sit on the conference, the United Methodist Church Conference, Mountain Sky Conference Committee on Abundant Health. And it's health for mind, body, and spirit. And I think I'm going to bring that up at our next meeting. And I'm wondering too, if there's anybody in this room that would be even remotely interested in learning more about it or would be willing to serve on that committee. Teresa and I are both on. Are you still? Okay, but you were. And it's really an interesting agency, committee. So if anybody's interested, come see me and I'll get you connected with Jana.
I'm not sure which part of the Methodist programs this grant came from, but one of the women in our congregation actually recently received a $500 grant, which she is going to be using to host a series of health seminars. And so, you know, if there was something, if someone had an idea for a program that they would like to start or to mentor along, there is evidently grant funding through the Methodist Church for that sort of thing. Right. Carol's got something?
I'll just pop in a minute. Abundant Health is UMCOR, your UMCOR dollars at work.
Absolutely. Our church received one of the Abundant Care grants, and we do a movement class every Tuesday and Thursday that's open to everyone. A wonderful woman who has a marvelous background in Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, does it for us, and a variety of people can come. And she is also, what we're using the grant for is she is creating a portable labyrinth that we will be able to use in a variety of ways. And so it is a great way to go and bring additional people in.
Our unit had been meeting at 10 a.m. the first Friday of the month for as long as I've been involved. How long, Robin? Forever.
Forever.
Right? And then we would complain that we didn't have any new younger women coming to our unit. Well, 10 o'clock on Friday morning just wasn't a good time for the next generation to meet with us. We've been working pretty consistently over the past 2 years, I would say, to try to offer other opportunities. We started, Robin and I said, okay, we'll take this on. We're going to do a 5:30 Thursday evening circle. And we started that, and we got half a dozen women involved in that. Okay, well, that's better than none. And so just in the past 6 months, we've actually started 2 additional interest groups. One of the women who started coming to the evening circle very much enjoys hiking and walking and getting out into the beautiful area where we live. And so we said, okay, Lisa, why don't you start a walking group? And so we've had a couple of opportunities for women who are just interested in getting out and enjoying nature and maybe having a very short little Bible study, have started doing that. And we have a bunch of creative women in our congregation, and we thought, well, maybe we should we've never done a Christmas bazaar. I mean, a lot of you, that's a standard part of your fundraisers. Well, we hadn't done that. We have a cookie sale, though. And I said, maybe we should try getting a little crafting group going. We're the creative crafters, and we're just gonna start out real small this year and just put out some little Christmas ornament and things like that along with our Christmas cookies. So it's not the cookie sale, it's the cookie and craft sale. And it's just gonna be on a Sunday morning for church people. But we'd had that last Sunday, and I stood up at announcement time and said, crafters are coming over to my house at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I held up a little project we were gonna do, and we'd love to have you come join us. And when they did passing of the peace, this woman who I would never have guessed would have any interest at all came up to me and she said, I'd like to come this afternoon, if that's okay. If that's okay. I said, absolutely, that's okay. And she came and seemed to enjoy herself, and it's the same thing we heard earlier. People don't have an opportunity. It's hard for a lot of people to have an opportunity if you don't put it out there for them. She's an introvert, and she just wasn't gonna come to us and say, gee, I'd like to be a part of this group, until something, she felt like she really had an invitation. So, those are some things that our unit is doing to try to do something different. So that's the thing that I would share. Anyone else?
I'll tell you, Glenna and I'll take a partial credit for sitting right next to Glenna. I didn't do much, but we had the best leadership training at Mountain Vista. And they did a great job in sharing what they do with monthly meetings, all set at their planning meeting. So a whole year of activities, from programming to making frozen meals to take to people when needed and putting them in the freezer. And so all sorts of activities. But the thing that was great is it created a spark for my unit at Hilltop, which has struggled. They pretty much have not been meeting, other than the main board would meet once every 2 or 3 months. But they got the spark, had their mother and daughter tea within this last month, and they're planning to do frozen meals, or meals that will be frozen. And so they're just starting to get some energy, and that spark was hearing other units and ideas of what they did and their success. And the nice thing about Mountain Vista is they said, oh, we don't have a whole bunch of people every meeting. Some meetings are more popular than others, but we get different people. So I think that's what you're saying, Laura, is different things to meet different people.
And I think that's one of the things we really need to do, is to look at our congregations or our friends. What are people focusing on right now? Are people concerned about their own house? Are they concerned about creation care? Or people are real into getting a community garden going? Where is God at work in our community? Where is he already out there working? Who else is working with him on those topics? And how do we get together? Because I think, as singles, we can't create the world, and we can't fix it. But if we get out there and work with others, we can certainly make an impact on it. So, what are other things that are that are going on, or, you know, what's that comment that somebody just kind of makes and you probably could have just let it float by, and, you know, what could you do with that?
Yeah, do you want to check and see if there's anyone on Zoom that has something that they'd like to share with us, Robin?
I've shared with them that they could, anytime they want to speak, they need to unmute themselves and say
Okay, so
something.
they have the power.
They have the power. All they have
Anybody
to
up
do is
there in
unmute
Zoom
back.
land have something they want to share from their area? We'll give them a chance here.
Crickets.
Oh, come on, Ruth, you always have something to share. I know you.
I'm just too old to do anything now, see? I think everything has been, as far as, I'm a part of First United Methodist in Grand Junction, and things have already been shared, I think. I mean, Glenna and Ellie and Sue are all part of this same church, so I don't have any additional things that haven't already been shared as far as what our church does. We do lots of wonderful things, I think, but we need more people to help who are able, because as I said, I can no longer do it. I have an ill husband, and I do all that I can, which is literally nothing now.
Well, we're glad to see you anyway.
I just want you to know, though, that just recently we went to the community food bank, and Ruth Trowbridge went right along with us, and she spent 2 hours bagging, what did you bag? Quinoa.
Dog food, okay. I walk with a walker, lady. Those of you who don't know me, I can't move without my walker for fear of falling. So my walker goes every place. And Pam Bursch, who's our vice president, took me there. I mean, it's just easier for me to move my walker from my car to her car and then out anyway. But I bagged dog food, and that was lots of fun to bag dog food. I went last year and I sorted beans and pulled out all the little rocks that end up in beans and bagged all that. So I've done it for 2 years. And so I can do a few little things, but nothing like I used to. I've been very active since 1965 in what was UMW. So anyway.
Well, I'll tell you that dog food is really important to those people who come in. We have dog food and cat food at our food pantry, and some of the people are really grateful because those are their buddies, their friends.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that Sue mentioned was the homeless issue in your area, and you mentioned that the Catholic Church has some good programs already started. So I think something else to remember is you don't have to always start something from scratch. You can come alongside somebody who's already got a good program going and say, hey, what can we do to help? We don't necessarily have to always do it as something separate. Our community, the Episcopal Church, the Catholic Church, and the Methodist Church, we are we collaborate a lot. Our creation care team that we have is largely supported by the Episcopal and the Methodist Church, but we have people from the community that aren't associated with any church that come and join us for creation care. And I think that doing that collaborative type of work, particularly in smaller communities, is a smart thing to do.
I think
if the Catholic Outreach in Grand Junction would love to have anybody take their recyclable containers, like if you bring home part of your meal from a restaurant and that container is still clean, or you can wash it where it is clean. I keep a box in my laundry room where I put all my recyclable containers that can be reused, those that have lids. And I mean, all from restaurants, cottage cheese containers, the lunch meat containers. I take them all down to Catholic Outreach, and that way they don't have to buy their containers. They're very, and they just are thrilled. I always get a big smile. And the last time I pulled up in the car, and one of the homeless gentlemen came to my car and he said, "You got more containers for us?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And I opened my trunk, and he took out my bags of containers and took them in for me. So I did not get my walker out and take them in myself. They were taken in by one of the homeless gentlemen. But he had seen me there before and he knew that's what I was bringing, with empty, clean containers.
Yep, so that's a good example of working with another organization. Yes. Robin?
I think we should look at how do we get people to just come and join us for what we're doing. Just have something that's interesting and they come, and then as people start to belong to the group, then we can worry about whether they want to join us or not. But just start it as get people to come, and once they kind of feel like they belong with you, then they can be more committed and maybe grow in their faith. But get them here first. Sue?
I forgot to mention that one of the things that came out this week is that the Community Food Bank of Grand Junction is buying a deli that just went out of business. And they are going to talk about combined efforts. So they're going to be trying to run this deli to improve the profits for the Community Food Bank, and they can serve more people in that way. And think of all the at least several people who are unemployed and would like to help, or retired and would like to help, so they can get involved with the deli process and help the whole community in that way. So I think that's a good example of what you just mentioned.
That's a really interesting example, that somebody actually taking a business that was going out and trying to reinvent it into something that would actually be a fundraiser for the nonprofit. Yeah.
I think some of those people who have had big fundraisers like bazaars, I know in Montrose it used to be a huge thing, and COVID came along, and we can't quite do it the same. I think some of those things, don't necessarily need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but how can we take ideas that we've had and can we morph them over? I think about a Hilltop's consignment sale, and it just went poof. How do we, things that were good, they were successful, we did well with them. Now that COVID's kind of come and changed our minds in some ways, how do we go back and pick the good part out of those projects and reuse them?
Any other ideas? All right. Well, I think this has been a good discussion. I hope you do. Our musicians are going to come in and practice at 2:30, so we're going to take our break. And if you all want to hang out while they're practicing, I don't think they'll mind, but otherwise you may want to go and take a little stroll, find the bathrooms and such, and we'll be meeting back here at 2:45.
We've been invited, our First United Methodist Church, United Women in Faith group has been invited to bring our Native ministry into some jewelry to Plano, Texas. We went last year and sold several $1,000s worth. I can't think of her name, Mary Ann and Keith, somewhere up north of Denver. She used to take some things on consignment and sell them for us. And we have enough right now, I think, that we can do that for any of your bazaars and Christmas markets too. We can send you a few things anyway, if you want to do that for us, and we'd share the
proceeds.
What proceeds? Thank you for that word. It's not profits, because we keep our prices low enough that we can afford them. And sometimes we pay as much as double what the crafter would get at a trading post. And we pay cash. Someone asked me about that earlier today. We pay cash. We own all of this. And there are times when the crafter, the bead weaver, will give something to a trader on consignment, and then they never get paid for any of it. We don't do that. So if y'all want a few pieces, let me know and we'll send them to you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take a break, and our next speaker is going to be speaking at 2:45, so don't be late getting back, and that's going to be Andrea, who snuck in the back there while we were talking, from the Assistance League of Southern Utah.
She must be muted. Can't hear a word. She must be muted. Can't hear anything.
Hello, can you hear now? Are we all right? Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Well, I just went through my list of good junk. Okay. I served as a garden tour guide on Temple Square in Salt Lake for 9 years. I spent the last 3 of those years as the director of that program. It was an amazing opportunity to you know, meet a lot of people and enjoy my favorite thing in the world, gardening. Along with Assistance League here in St. George, I am currently the co-chair of the first annual Parade of Gardens Southern Utah, which is coming up next weekend, and I brought a few flyers for that. We'd love for any of you who are interested to take the tour and learn how to do that postage stamp gardening on a windy hill in 105 degrees. So I'm your girl. But that's my surface, okay, and that's, you know, takes up so much of my time. That's my life, that's what I've done. But there's a much deeper layer that brings me to what has, you know, has brought me to choices I've made. So starting from the time I was 8 years old, when I lost my dear second mother, basically, a beloved great aunt who had no children of her own, and I was her kid. And I lost my grandfather within just months of each other. After them, and starting with them, I lost a significant number of people too soon. I was 15 when my father died. I was a 22-year-old newlywed when I lost twin baby girls at 6 months gestation. When I was 23, my dear sister lost her first child 5 days old. I was 32 when that same sister lost a son who was 8 years old in a farming accident. I was 33 when I lost my husband in an accident on his highway patrol motorcycle. He was a highway patrolman in Salt Lake. My children were 9, 6, 4.5, and 3. My sister and I sat down one day not long after his death, and we hoped that we were done for a while, which thankfully we were. But we were forever changed. And the trauma of all those experiences informed our daily lives and made us strong in some ways and very vulnerable in others. More changes came for me when I remarried at age 35, a man whose wife had 5 months before died of toxic shock syndrome brought on by the use of an 8-hour Tampax tampon. So now I was looking into the eyes of 7 traumatized children who had lost a parent and were thrown into a new relationship that we were all unprepared to navigate. That's a small sentence that says a million things. Yeah, it was a cheap thrill, folks. So when I say been there, done that, and I understand, for those experiences, at least, I actually do. I do understand the stress of being underpaid and worried about making it to the end of the month. I understand being a single parent. I understand being a long distance from immediate family and needing a friend. In 2017, we moved to St. George when my husband Bob was 4 years into ever worsening dementia. In late 2019, my new next door neighbor, Suzanne, invited me to a luncheon for her group Assistance League. It was a nice chance to get away from the house for a couple of hours. I enjoyed the experience. Suzanne said, "I know not now, but in time I'd love to have you become a member." Bob died February 15th, 2020, 2 weeks before the world shut down with COVID. We all know what a long, lonesome time that was. But light came that following year when public meetings were again possible, and Suzanne saw it was time for me to get outside myself and join Assistance League. Best decision ever. I attended another of the monthly luncheon meetings, and before I knew what hit, I was up to my eyeballs as the Vice President of Fund Development, writing grants. And I was, along with many other members, volunteering at our fall shopping events for school children. I came to learn about the women who started Assistance League clear back in the 1890s, as you said, and they just wanted to help. Our chapter is number 120 of 120. The most recent, the youngest. We are among the smaller chapters with, as of this week, 87 members. Our numbers ebb and flow with the times and stresses of life, but always we manage to touch more new members who are looking for an opportunity to help. Every single one of them has a story, something like mine, with a winding path that has opened their hearts to the needs of others. Our signature program is called Operation School Bell. Under that auspices, we, in short, clothe school children and volunteer in reading programs at some of the Title I schools. Jim, would you play that video for me now? Thank you so much. We help children to get their own school clothes, which is a really big deal. They are children who haven't had many opportunities to make choices for themselves in their lives. Their families are in some kind of need, some kind of situation where they kind of have to take what they get. And it's not simple. It's not simple for the parents or for the children.
What happens is the school counselors will identify the children who are in need. That's how we get our clientele. And the first kids would get just this generic bag of pants and t-shirts, and they looked like everybody else. Everybody knew who was getting those clothes. And so we were able to contract with Walmart, and with that, we still got the children's names from the school counselors, but then we would have their parents bring them to Walmart at the designated time, and the kids got to pick out what they wanted.
And so for this little child to walk into a store, be told they have enough money to buy clothing for schooling, and to be able to say, I would like this piece, please, and we say yes, it's just this priceless little experience.
We were very excited about joining because I have a story. I didn't have any shoes as a kid, and I got sent home from school every day, no shoes. And I got so far behind school, they didn't know what to do with me. They put me in with special needs children. I never forgot that. I never graduated from school because of all that. When I heard about the Assistance League buying shoes for children, well, that really was important for me. Buying the kids shoes brought back memories. After half a year, the teachers got together and bought me a pair of shoes. It's very important that I belong to this Assistance League, because they're taking care of the children.
It's so rewarding to know that you're making a difference in a child's life. And it's nice with the feedback from the counselors, because they and the teachers always know when there's been a shopping event, because the kids come into school and they're like, oh, look at me, you know. and it boosts their self-esteem, and they feel like they can be more active in class, that they don't have to be ashamed of that. They might not have the newest and the best, but they've got things they picked out and they love.
You can always use more help. In our area, we're managing to help in the range of 800 to 1,000 a year, but there are 7,000 more who get free school lunch, who go to Title I schools. If we had more volunteers, if we had more donations, we could help all of them. So we just are always looking for more help, more funding, just so we can help more kids. To my dear son-in-law, Matt Kerr, who is a videographer who helped us put that together, and it was a great experience to just put that together, but it tells you what we're about. As you saw, those few short weeks of shopping events and the purchase of books that we give to children after reading with them require year-long efforts to fund. There are huge chapters in big cities around the country who run thrift stores that pay for their charitable programs. In Los Angeles, the largest chapter with 700 members, there are wealthy donors who write single checks for more than our entire budget. But we write grants, and we have an online fundraiser October through December, which requires many boots on the ground and hours of identifying potential donors. And we have a large social in the late spring, historically an English high tea with a silent auction. I say historically because that project will get an overhaul this year in our ongoing efforts to find more efficient ways to fundraise, always trying to do that. And 365 days a year, our members are always looking for friends, family, and coworkers to donate. A large number of donors use their yearly IRA must-be-used funds to donate. Our budget is around $120,000 per year, which clothes, as I said, around 1,000 kids and buys books for hundreds. We also provide art supplies to outlying schools in Burrell and Hilldale, where they have limited resources. The past year, we've also purchased books and supplies for 2 young women who were living in their car while looking for an apartment that they could afford and attending the nursing program at Dixie Technical College. We also give $2,000 in gift cards to Canyon Creek Services in Cedar City, which is a safe house like our Dove Center here in St. George. We're looking forward to taking our turn to help Donna McBean, if some of you may know of this group. She is of her group. It's Neighborhood Connections. And Donna has been doing this out of her garage for years, and she begs, borrows, and steals money to fund pantry packs, they're called, and you come and help put them together. And it's food, non-perishable food, that children can pick up in a pack on their way out of school on Friday afternoon and have something to eat across the weekend. And she does about 800 of those a week. And so lots and lots of groups and people help, and we're going to take our turn next month to go and help load up. So that's another great experience that we have. And we also donate about $1,000 in supplies to the kitchen at Switchpoint, our homeless shelter here. So as we go about our efforts, we make wonderful connections with those that we serve. A poignant moment for me happened last fall at a shopping event in the Hurricane Walmart. A young, newly single mom of 2 little boys came up to the check-in table. She was hesitant, and I could immediately see that this was distressing her. It was something she never expected to need. She was embarrassed, she was flustered. I had a quiet visit with her to the side of the table, and I thanked her for coming and for giving us the opportunity to pay it forward. I told her that 50 years ago, I was her. My needs were greater than my resources, and I was barely managing my own life, let alone being in a position to help others. So I continued, right now is my turn to pay it forward. And in the coming years, when your life stabilizes and you can get your head above water, it will be your turn. We are all in it together, taking our turn in turn as our living conditions changes, improve. What are the visible results of these efforts? Well, in my young experience, there was no assistance league. But there was a wonderful neighbor, Doug, who came to my house and played with my children. He looked like Ichabod Crane. He was tall and gangly, and he was a funny, happy guy. And he'd bounce the kids on his knee and tease them, and they were just transported for a while back into that happy place they had known with their dad. They just came alive. With the children we serve in Assistance League, we help bring to life their self-esteem. And we greatly increase their comfort levels about their peers, around their peers at school. It is this little piece of magic that has unbelievably far-reaching effects on their lives. Children who live in poverty, homelessness, traumatic family dynamics, loss of family members are in big trouble. They have too much to deal with, and they need relief. Working through the homeless liaison for Washington County School District, Brian Gunnell, and school counselors at the Title I schools, we identify families in need and invite them to our shopping events. So the children arrive at the store in third-generation hand-me-downs, worn-out shoes, etc. They have been in school next to their well-dressed peers and have been teased or are just keenly aware they stand out in a negative way. So at the store, we tell them, your budget's $100, pick out what you want. These are often the first new clothes they've ever had. They are absolutely empowered. They arrive at school the next week in clothes that look like everyone else's. Suddenly they blend in. They are the same. It is a burden lifted from their shoulders that now can be replaced by their studies and feeling welcome in social circles. It can literally be the turning point that can positively affect lives for years to come. Learning and communication skills, if I could do my communication skills, we'd do it. Learning and communication skills increase exponentially. Our Page Turners literacy program in some of the Title I schools is centered around that critical time in a child's learning when they make the switch from learning to read to reading to learn. Vocabulary is stressed. Children who do not make that transition in their early years struggle with reading the rest of their lives. We all probably know someone who is unable to do conceptual thinking. They are no doubt poor readers, and they struggle every day to function in the world that is swirling around them. It's hugely important that we do our part to save these children from that fate. Our volunteers go into classrooms twice a week for 10 weeks and work with the same children each time. Volunteers are trained to watch for the tells, like when a child is just guessing or is sounding out the word but has no idea what it means. They can pause them there and help the child understand. It's a great pilot program designed by some teachers that is just working wonders. A teacher reported last year that only 2 weeks into the program, she was seeing a few children whose lights were literally coming on. They were starting to devour everything they could get their hands on. And this year it's expanding to a second school, and as we get more members who can volunteer, we can further extend our reach to other schools. And don't forget as well the blessings to both the volunteer and the child of a new, trusted friendship. The most important thing I stress to our volunteers is the humanity part of this story. We are watching a string of characters enter the store for our shopping events who may not look or dress as we do. They may exude some odd behaviors, signs perhaps of their distress, ongoing effects of their past traumas. They may have made choices to spend the money they do have unwisely, leaving them to need our help. That is none of our business. It is not our place to place upon those we serve our expectations for how life should be lived. What would Jesus do, right? I told a recent group of new members at their orientation that we leave all judgment at the door. We instead are the example of pure love, accepting love, kind love, love with no strings attached. For who do we think we are? We are flawed servants, flawed. And as with all service, if done in the right spirit, we receive the greatest benefits for our efforts. If any of you here today would like to join us for our next luncheon meeting, the second Thursday in October, do go to our website. You'll find it on the little card that we've got today and learn more. And I've brought our pass-along card there for you. I want to bring this around full circle, and I mentioned in the very first that I had lost a daughter-in-law. My son was the youngest of my children. He was 3 when his father died. And he was 43 when his wife died. She was an amazing woman who died in a car versus bicycle accident in Colorado Springs 2 years ago. But I just want you to know that, like I was ready to understand that because my mother was a widow and had that experience, my son was ready because he'd lost his daddy and he'd watched his mother. And he knew how to do this. It didn't mean it was okay. It didn't mean it was, not going to be hard. It didn't mean any of those things. But what it did mean that my life experiences help his. All the experiences that we have in our lives bring us to a point where we're ready for whatever it is that someone needs from us. And I am so, so thankful for all the hard things that have made me a person who understands the needs of others and can teach that to my children. Thank you for this invitation. I think you're all just lovely, and I hope that you've enjoyed your time together this weekend. It sounds like a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Leave the judgment at the door. I think that's the message that I take home from this, and we really appreciate you being with us here today. We are going to take just a couple of minutes to set up for worship, so don't go anywhere, but just hang on for a few minutes while we get things set up. And we'd love to have you stay if you would like.
I actually have something I have to read to. I'm sorry. I'm so Parade of Gardens next weekend.
That's right, yes.
I've always got something going. I like to wear lots of hats. And the picture on there is my garden. So I'm a very serious farmer.
to the table of grace. This is God's table, it's not yours or mine. Come to the table of grace. Come to the table of peace. Come to the table of peace. This is God's table, it's not yours or mine. Come to the table of peace. Come to the table of love. Come to the table of love. This is God's table, it's not yours or mine. Come to the table of love. Come to the table of joy. Come to the table of joy. This is God's table, it's not yours or mine. Come to the table of joy. Our next song is, no? Okay. Yeah. They're listed together.
Welcome. Let's start our pledge service today with a very familiar litany. The Lord be with you. Lift up your hearts.
We lift them up to the Lord.
Let us give thanks to the Lord our God.
It is right to give our thanks and praise.
It is right and good to give our thanks and praise. We gather today to feed our souls, nurture our faith, and celebrate our faithful support for the work of United Women in Faith. The pledge service is a time to look back and look within, to consider what we have done and continue to do to meet the needs of women, children, youth, now and in the future. The pledge service in the local group supports the pledge for the district. We talked about that earlier. The district pledge supports the conference. They know how much money. And the conference pledge supports the national so that they can set their budget. So pledges and setting our budgets are important for the future of our organization. We recall in this service the pathways that God has given through United Women in Faith to address the inequities and the injustice, to heal brokenhearted and abandoned people, to love people like Jesus told us to love them, and to ask, Lord, how shall I give? Before we give, let's first think about what happens when we share what we have been given. What happens when we give to others? As we reflect on these questions, consider this message.
Matthew 14:19 through 21. He ordered the crowds to sit down on the grass. He took the 5 loaves of bread and the 2 fish, looked up to the heaven, blessed them, and broke the loaves apart and gave them to his disciples. Then the disciples gave them to the crowds. Everyone ate until they were full, and they filled 12 baskets with the leftovers. About 5,000 men, plus women and children, had eaten.
Your pledge to United Women in Faith makes the work of the organization possible. Mission giving supports education, leadership development, racial justice, climate justice initiatives, our more than 80 national mission institutions, the work of our global partners, and more. Unlike other general agencies, United Women in Faith does not receive any funding from the Methodist Church. Our work is funded by members like you. We are the hands and feet, and our gifts are all essential components of how we respond to God's call to love the world. Together, we make a difference.
Thirsts. Come to the waters.
Wait, we need to get the lid.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we'll try that again. Hear everyone who thirsts. Come to the waters. And you who have no money, come buy and eat.
Come buy wine and milk without money and without price.
Why do you spend your money for that which is not bread, and your earnings for that which does not satisfy? Listen carefully to me, and eat what is good, and delight yourselves in rich food.
We are United in Faith members
who find nourishment in God.
We are united in sisterhood
to act for justice and
transform communities.
We are focused on the needs of women, children, and youth. That's who we are. We have a legacy of more than 150 years in mission giving, mission service, and mission advocacy. Why do we continue to give? We pledge to give because of God's blessing in our lives. We believe in the parable of the boy who gave 2 fishes and 5 loaves of bread. What we have may not seem like much, but we yield to Jesus Christ. Our financial gifts multiply over and over to change the world. Where does our money go? What does our pledge do?
Our money goes to nourish and support the well-being of women, children, and youth, national mission institutions. We support regional missionaries. We work toward climate justice, and we give to eradicate racism and injustices throughout the world. With every gift, we renew our commitment to improve the well-being of women, children, and youth. So then, how shall we give? With
every gift, renew our commitment to building a fellowship of women in Christ. There is no place we can go where God is not already present. So we offer all we have, our hearts, our minds, our will, as living sacrifices, so that we can give more than we can even imagine. We trust God to bless our gifts and bring forth abundance to put love into action.
We have a single basket to use today, so I'm going to ask you to pass it amongst yourself to provide our offering for the day. I'd like to close with a prayer. Gracious Lord, thank you for the many gifts you bestow on us that give us the strength and the sustenance to do your work in the world, to feed the hungry, to tend the sick, and to comfort the weary. We are your beloved daughters, trying every day to live out your love. Grant that we may continue to work for justice and peace for all women, children, and youth. Accept the gifts we pledge today to support this organization of faithful women who walk humbly and speak boldly, who embrace stillness and action, each in their season. Creator God, open our hearts and our tables so that we may give as we have received, with grace and compassion, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Please join us in, Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary.
Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true. With thanksgiving, I'll be a living sanctuary for you.
Teresa Rivera from the conference nomination team will now come up and lead us in our installation of officers.
Please join me up here. President Beth McCorkle. Secretary Amy Gibbs. Yes, please. For a long time. The treasurer is not here, or Elisa is not here, right? Yes. But Sue, coordinator of program resources, is. There's two pieces here. And Carol Phelps, coordinator for education of mercy and justice. Nominations, Glenna Tucker. I think that's all from your team right now, is that true? No, there's one new one. Where's our new one? Darlene Adams, please step forward. You didn't tell me I'd ever do that. Didn't they tell you about the speech? No. An acceptance speech. And Laura, are you not stepping forward?
I can.
I think you're our planner, so I'm going to install you anyway. All right. Are we going to sing first, or are you prepared to do these songs?
What?
For Everyone is Born? Nope. Okay, we're not going to sing. That's okay. We can go with it. said yes, not only to United Women in Faith, but more importantly, you have made a commitment to God. You are ready to be used by God in this specific way. In doing so, you have said yes to untold thousands of women, children, and youth whose hope is in God, and for many, their future will be brighter because of United Women in Faith. The scriptures are full of hope for a brighter future. There are 142 references to hope in one concordance. Individuals or peoples searching for or assured of hope in God. In the 5th chapter of Job, it relates that God does great things, sets on high those who are lowly, and those who mourn are lifted to safety. The poor have hope, and injustice shuts its mouth. Devices of the crafty are frustrated, and the schemes of the wily are brought to a quick end. Doesn't that sound like the work God does today through United Women in Faith? We are a people of hope. We have comfort in the resurrection hope. You are a light of hope. In Matthew 5:14, Jesus said, you are a light on a candlestick, that others might see your good works and give glory to God who is in heaven. Each of us to be a light. There are many kinds of light: candle, flash, search, stop, beacon, laser. Think about the light that you are. I ask you now, will you light your candle? And you might not be able to unless you take that little tag thing. I can help. Little piece of paper. There goes. We just took out Carol. Will you light your candle of hope as a symbol of your commitment to fulfill the responsibilities to which you have been elected and to United Women in Faith? If you're ready to do so, please answer as noted on that card.
With God's help, I will let my light shine so that women, children, and youth will realize hope in their lives.
To you who have elected these women to be your officers, I ask you, will you be a light to others as you work as a member of this unit of United Women in Faith, fulfilling the purpose and supporting your officers? If you are ready to do so, please answer, with God's help I will.
With God's help I will.
Let us pray. Most Holy One, your word gives us hope. Your love feeds us so we can bring hope to others. Go with those gathered here as they work for your justice in the world. In the name of Christ, who came that we might know you more fully. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for you all. Thank you, ladies. Please.
Laura, I need you to be my dad, okay? And Karen Cole, I need you to come up, and Mary Lynn. You can share my hand with Robin Isles. I need you all to come forward. Can we go? Can we go? So, Robin has been with us for a long time, and we so appreciate her being on the district team. Thank you. And these two fine ladies have done amazing things today. So thank you. And for months before. Jim, sorry. Is it turned on underneath? Yes. Yes. All right. So, so Mary Lynn and Karen have been working for months to bring us this wonderful weekend. And we have a president who took us through COVID and through a name change, has been amazing. And our Laura is here. And we now have a new president who will lead us forward in that. And so we give you this. Thank you very much. For these wonderful people, give them a round of applause. Okay.
So now Glenna and Mary Lynn, okay, are going to lead us in our memorial service.
Our call to worship is from Psalm 139, verses 1 through 8, and Matthew 18:10, and Matthew 19:13-14. When my great-granddaughter was, I'm going to fill the time here. When my great-granddaughter was 3 years old, she came running into the kitchen and she said, "I found Jesus, I found Jesus." I was so excited, and then I kind of drooped because her parents were brought up Catholic, and here she is an evangelistic, what do you call it? A what? Pentecostal, right there in my house. And then she said, "Look, he was in the toy box." There's so many fun children stories. One time, I think she was about 4, she came to me, she said, "Grandmother, am I smarter than you and Granddad?" And I said, "Probably, but you don't know as much." And she'll be 16 next month, and she reminded me of that the other day. Children, are we ready now? We're going to sing a song, "Jesus Loves Me," in the key of C. Give us an E. There you go. No, an E. E. Key of C, E. You ready? Now this is a sign for Jesus. You ready? Yeah, you put that finger there and that finger there. And what does that probably represent? The nails. Okay, you ready? Do we have the... Okay, the next slide, please. There you go. And there are the words, I think. I can't see that. Is that the song? Here we go. You ready? Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong. A little faster. Yes, Jesus loves me. The next slide, please. I can't see any of that, so let's guess. Okay. And this is from Psalm 139. Lord, you have examined me and you know me.
You know when I sit down and when I stand up, even from far away, you comprehend my plans.
You study my traveling and resting. You are thoroughly familiar with all my ways.
There is a word on my tongue, Lord, that you already know completely.
You surround me front and back. You put your hand on me.
That kind of knowledge is too much for me. It's so high above me that I can't fathom it.
Now, where could I go to get away from your spirit? Where could I go to escape your presence?
If I went up to heaven, you would be there. If I went down to the grave, you would be there too. Amen.
These next verses are from the New Testament book of Matthew that highlight Jesus' emphasis on the importance of children and their place in the kingdom of heaven. Then we all say,
Childlike qualities such as innocence, humility, and openness. Jesus is teaching that these qualities are essential for anyone who wants to enter the kingdom of heaven. It's a call to embrace these virtues in our own lives.
some people brought children to Jesus so that he would put his hands on them and pray.
The disciples scolded him. Allow the children to come to me, Jesus says. Don't forbid them, because the kingdom of heaven belongs to people like these children.
And Jesus said, be careful that you don't look down on one of these little ones.
I say to you that their angels in heaven are always looking into the face of my Father who is in heaven.
Now we're going to sing and sign. I'm not a good singer. I'm going to sign the second verse to Jesus Loves Me. And the words are up here.
Jesus loves me, this I know, as he loved so long ago, taking children on his knees, saying, let them come to me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so.
Let us remember God through our foremothers, who showed us how to be in mission and ministry with children and youth. May we consider all they have accomplished and imitate their faith. As the names are read, you may stand or lift a hand if the sister in Christ is special to you. From Centenary in Salt Lake City, Lovina Elaine Camp Bailey. From Hilltop in Sandy, Utah, Sid Young. And Lacey Elliston. Shepherd of the Hills in St. George, Dorothy Nichols. And Judy Cafal. In Delta, Lorene Stone. In Glenwood Springs, Bonnie Breitzman. First UMC in Grand Junction, Sherry Blackwell. Nell Roselle. Phyllis Turner. And a friend to many of us who was an associate and honorary member, Beverly Lampley. In Montrose, Joan Rivers. Steamboat Springs, Pat Thomas. And in Durango, Diane Skinner. Next slide, please. We thank you, God, and remember you through we give thanks for all the women of the Utah Western Colorado District who step forward to lead in church, community, and world. Amen. And the third verse of Jesus Loves Me.
Jesus loves me today, walking with me on my way, wanting as a friend to guide and love to all who live. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so. Yes.
Now, as we finish this part of our service, before you leave today from this room, I want you to hug three and remind them that Jesus loves you. Amen.
We will now have our closing communion service, and Reverend Derek DeTony Hill will be leading us in that service.
I'm not sure if we have a song. We do. Let us break bread together. All right. Let's go ahead and sing that. Most of you know it. I don't know if the words are going to be up on the screen or not, but they're not very difficult. They're in the hymnal. What? Oh, you don't? Thank you.
Let us break bread together on our knees. Let us break bread together on our knees. When I fall on my knees with my face to the rising sun, mercy on me. Let us drink wine together on our knees. Let us drink wine together on our knees. When I fall on my knees with my face to the rising sun, oh Lord, have mercy on me. Let us praise God
seated. Thanksgiving prayer that I chose has a couple of repeat after me's. Most of them are toward the beginning. I'll try to make it obvious when you should be listening for what I'm saying so that you'll be able to then respond. And if we miss it, we'll go back and pick it up. The first few are right there. Christ is risen. It didn't have the indeed in there, but you all have been around churches long enough. You threw me off. All right, back to it. We'll do it again. And go ahead and do the indeed. I won't interrupt us this time. Christ is risen.
Christ is risen indeed.
Hallelujah. God's Spirit is with us. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Come, friends and family, come to this holy table. Come to this special meal. I welcome you in the name of God, who is three persons in one great and wonderful God. God the Father, God the Son, Jesus, God the Holy Spirit. All together, all one and the same, alive and at work, here and everywhere. With all our hearts, we thank you, God. With all our hearts, we thank you, God. With all our lives, we praise you, God. With all our lives, we praise you, God. Everywhere we look, we see what you have made. We love your world in all its beauty. We love the people you have given us to share our homes, to be our family and friends. We love to work and play and rest. We love to grow in knowing you. Thank you for every way you bless us. Thank you for every way you bless us. We are people who choose to follow Jesus, and so this day we remember him. Born in a manger, Son of Mary, Son of God, friend of sinners and little children. At his touch, the sick were healed, the lame danced. He told the truth about God. He showed the truth about God in who he was. He died on a cross to show us how much God loves us. He rose to life by the power of the Holy Spirit, for death could not stop God's love. He sent his Spirit on us, his people, and sent us out to tell the world of God's love. This table tells the story about the night that Jesus ate with his disciples. How he held the bread and broke the bread and handed it to them, saying, "When you eat this bread, you share in my body. You are a part of me." At the end of the meal, he lifted a cup and shared it with them, saying, "When you drink this cup, you share in my blood." It shows God's covenant promise to you. It shows you are forgiven and precious to me, no matter what. Here we are, the people of God, sharing around this holy table in the body and blood of Jesus Christ. May his life spirit flow in us and make us his people, to the glory of God, the Creator, one Lord, through all eternity. Amen. Let us join together in the prayer that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. The table is ready. We are all invited to join in the sharing. I believe our outgoing president and incoming president are going to be serving. A note about the bread: it is gluten-free, so if you have need for that, it is cared for in the bread and in the cup. Come and receive God's gracious gifts.